Okay, I see your screen again, Moreh. You shared it with me.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Moreh, I can see myself on the stream.
Yeah, I have your solo up on the screen right now. I'm sending out these links again and stuff.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah, I'm
give
gonna
a few
check to
more
see if
minutes
they
for
can
people
see
to
it.
come back in.
Right, right. All right, everybody online, can you hear me? Can you see me clearly? Can you hear me? See me? Okay, so yeah, I see people that they're saying they can see and hear me. All right, we're still working, you all. This technical piece is crazy, but whatever's going on, we're gonna push through it with the Father's help. So we appreciate you all's patience. Re-invite people who were here because this is a new stream. We had to start a brand new stream.
I'm gonna step away for just a moment.
Okay,
When I come back, we can start.
got you. All right, let's do a quick mic check, brothers and sisters. If you all can still hear and see me clearly, type one, please. We've got at least a 20 plus second audio video delay. We appreciate you all's patience, still working on the technical end. One thing is true, boy. When the stuff goes on the fritz, it goes on the fritz.
Moreh,
But we're
I am
here.
I am back, and if you're ready to get started, we can pick back up.
All right. Yep. All right. So, my brothers and my sisters, we are back officially. Let us rehash two things. I asked the question about when is forever or olam not forever. Moreh Amir brought up the fact, and it's a very pertinent fact, that forever, when we use the example of the blessings and the curses will be upon us as a sign upon us and our children forever. But that forever, ad olam is what it says in the text in Hebrew, verse 46, Deuteronomy 28. That forever is not the traditional Western, Greco-Roman, European definition of forever. Eternity into perpetuity, always. No. How do we know? When we just read Deuteronomy chapter 30, it said in verse 1, when we call to mind the blessings and curses among all the nations that Yahweh has scattered us, and we return to him, we and our children, by obeying all he's commanded, that then, it says, he will turn our captivity, have compassion upon us, return and gather us from all the nations. You see? So forever changes when we turn to the Father. So the forever, with that whole perpetual statute in all your dwelling places forever, that's the way it was supposed to be. Feast of Unleavened Bread, memorialized. But what stopped that was disobedience. What stops the forever for the curses as a sign is obedience. What stopped it forever throughout all our dwellings as a statute forever, perpetuity to keep it? What stopped it was disobedience, enslavement, captivity. Are y'all following me? Does that make sense? That's why I posed the question, when is forever not forever? And for anybody, if you know anyone that was in the previous stream, and just let them know, send them the link that we're back up. Prayerfully, we won't have any problems because we're going to keep on pushing, nonetheless. All right. Let us go back, shall we, to Exodus, chapter 12. Because, see, we in it now, y'all. Ain't no turning back. And I want to say, Toda Ramah, I thank you all, those who are hanging. I thank you. We thank you for your patience. I mean, right now, we've been on almost 4 hours, Moreh. Almost
Absolutely.
4 hours.
Yeah.
All right. So we're back in chapter 12 of Shemot. Let's pick this up. Moreh, if we can. Let's pick this up. We're going to read 24, through 28. We're back in Shemot, or Exodus 12, 24 through 28. Type 1, you all, once you get there, please. And again, I think we got, Moreh, looks like a 20 to 25 second audio, maybe video delay as well.
Yeah. Exodus 24. Exodus 12, 24. You shall observe this rite as a statute for you and for your descendants. I'm sorry. All right, I'll start over. You shall observe this rite as a statute for you and for your sons forever. And when you come into the land.
Hold on. And I know and stopping you, forgive me for doing that. When it says right here, remember, we read earlier in verse 14, remember it says, throughout your generations, you shall keep it as a feast for ordinance forever. Guess what it says right here in verse 24, Moreh? Where it says forever, it says ad olam in Hebrew, until forever. Meaning the forever is contingent upon something being done. That's what it says in Hebrew, ad olam. The same thing that we saw in Deuteronomy Devarim, ad olam says same thing right there. Okay? All right, Moreh, please go ahead, 25.
All right. And when you come to the land that Yahuwah will give you, as he has promised, you shall keep this service. And when your children say to you, what do you mean by this service? You shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahuwah's Passover. For he passed over the houses of the people of Israel in Egypt when he struck the Egyptians, but spared our houses. And the people bowed their heads and worshiped.
Let's stop right there, Moreh, can we? So now, everybody take a look at that verse. In English it says, you shall say, when your children ask, Moreh, you shall say, it is the sacrifice. Everybody in the chat room, type the word sacrifice in capital letters, please. It is the sacrifice of what? The Pesach of Yahuwah. There's no way around this, brothers and sisters. This is what it says in Hebrew. It says, Zebach Pesach Hu LaYahweh. The Hebrew word for sacrifice is Zebach. In your homes, in your congregations, your assemblies, whatever we call what we're getting together in with each other to worship God these days, no matter how sincere you are in the keeping, well, we just do it to memorialize, we know we ain't doing it right, It says right there in English and Hebrew that this lamb, this goat, on the 14th day is a sacrifice. See, that's what hit me hard, Moreh, back in 1997. I was like, oh, this is a sacrifice. Because I had read more in Torah about that particular time. I'm like, but wait a minute. If we are simply reading what the Father says in progression, then after this, the Father decides where he wants to choose as a place for sacrifice to be made.
Yeah.
But before that, he chooses who he wants to make the sacrifice. Then where the sacrifice can be made. See, there's an order to all this. It just ain't, here's lamb, here's goat. Go ahead and cook it wherever you at. No. The lamb, the goat is a sacrifice. This belongs to Yah. Zebach Pesach Hu LaYahweh. That means it is personal to him. He's the creator, originator of this. He wants it done the way he's commanded, or you don't do it. Does everybody understand? Moreh, Amir, myself, we didn't put it there. The Father did. The word sacrifice, or zebach, is number 2077 in the Strong's Concordance. It simply means something slaughtered, the flesh of an animal. Something slaughtered, the flesh of an animal. Moreh, would you finish us, if you don't mind, in verse 28, please?
Yes. Then the people of Israel went and did so, as Yahuwah had commanded Moses and Aaron, so they did.
Did y'all see that? They didn't do it the way they wanted to do it. They didn't try to figure out ways around it. In those days, here's the precedent. This is what y'all said. This is how y'all wants it done. When he wants it done, there's nothing else to say. So the Father gives them direct instructions. This is how it's supposed to be done, and even in the future. Let's rehash now. Olam, forever, is subject to something. The something, in the context of dwelling places throughout your generations, was subject to us remaining in the land based on everything that we're about to read that the Father sets up. It's a system. The land is only a part of it. The priesthood, Levites are only a part of it. We're reading the precedent, 1 through 100. Are y'all following? So now, Olam is subject to circumstances. Pesach is not a chag or a feast. Pesach was the act of skipping over the houses with the blood of the lamb or the goat in the middle of the night of the 15th day. Pesach was the animal, lamb or goat, taken on the 10th day of the first month, or Ha'abib. Are y'all following me? Okay. Let's go to chapter 13, Moreh. Let's take them, verses 1 through 10. Remember I told you Shemot 12, Shemot 13, then 23, then 34, then Leviticus 23, then Numbers 9, then Numbers 28, Numbers 29. We got a way to go. I hope y'all got a little time. I ain't got nowhere to go. This is my life. This is what I live for. I love this. So we are in Shemot, or Exodus, chapter 13, verse 1 through 10. Whenever you're ready, Moreh.
All right. Yahuwah said to Moses, consecrate to me all the firstborn. Whatever is the first to open the womb among the people of Israel, both of man and of beast, is mine. Then Moses said to the people, remember this day in which you came out from Egypt, out of the house of slavery, for by a strong hand Yahuwah brought you out from this place. No leavened bread shall be eaten. Today, in the month of Abib, you are going out. And when Yahuwah brings you into the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a feast to Yahuwah. Unleavened bread shall be eaten for 7 days. No leavened bread shall be seen with you, and no leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory. You shall tell your son on that day, it is because of what Yahuwah did for me when I came out of Egypt. And it shall be to you as a sign on your hand and as a memorial between your eyes, that the law of Yahuwah may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand, Yahuwah has brought you out of Egypt. You should therefore keep this statute at its appointed time from year to year. You want me to keep going?
Did y'all see that? Some versions say appointed time. Other versions say season. This is the first time we see the implication or innuendo that there's only a set time that this can be kept. So let's rehash a few things between verse 1 and 10. Notice it says in verse 3, remember this day. Everybody take a look at this. This day that Yah is telling them to remember is the 15th day, because we came out in the morning of the 15th day. Remember this day that you came out of Mitzrayim. Next, verse 4. I said to you all earlier where it says in English, A-B-I-B. This is what it says in Hebrew. It says Ha-Abib. Ha-Abib is an agricultural condition, the state of growth, maturation of se'orah or barley. That is what they made their unleavened bread out of. Wheat was not available to make unleavened bread because it hadn't grown up yet. Because had it grown up in the other parts of Egypt, Israel, it would have been destroyed by the hail, and what was not destroyed, the locusts would have eaten. Okay? Next, it says 7 days unleavened bread had to be eaten, and it says 7th day is a feast, the entire time is a feast. This by now for many of us should be self-explanatory. The point is, he's mentioning this, telling us it's a commandment to remember everything Yah did. So since I've begun to understand, since the last day of Feast of Tabernacles last year, I've met with elders who are hearing God. I've met with other leaders who have visited God. And the question I tend to get is, from people who've been doing it, is what are we supposed to do there, Moreh? How do we memorialize it? How do we memorialize this in ancient Babylon? Because they didn't keep it there while the 70-year thing was happening. Babylonian, Medes, Persians. I challenge anybody to go online and do an exhaustive search looking for archaeological, biblical evidence that demonstrates that the children of Israel, during the 70 years where the Babylonians, Medes, and Persians were the rulers, where we kept the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, or the Feast of Tabernacles when we were out of the land. But we can show you in Ezra and Nehemiah what we did when we came back. I challenge anybody to find in the scriptures where the Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Tabernacles was kept outside the land of Israel without a verifiable priesthood, Levites assisting them, being in the land of Israel, in the city of Jerusalem, with a standing, ritually clean, ceremonially clean tabernacle that was in the wilderness, then the temple. Let me show you. I've never seen it. I've looked for it online and chapter and verse. But we're going to keep on going because there's much more to this. So now, Moreh, let us go now to chapter 23 of Shemot. We're going to read 14 through 17. So you always saw the precedent. What's on the 10th day? Whatever was the 14th day? Would have to start on the 15th day for 7 days, right? We saw that in chapter 12, chapter 13. Now, what we're about to read is chapter 23. Chapter 23, 14 through 17. And this is going to be very interesting. Watch the language. Go ahead, Moreh, whenever you're ready.
Okay. 3 times in the year you shall keep a feast to me. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. Yep.
Did everybody notice? It didn't say, shall all your males appear before me yet. Because the Father is building you all. We got the precedent. 12 and 13. This is now the next time we hear from the mind of Yah. Because Yah is growing. Everything now is about to bloom and go further in terms of development. He gave us the primary thing that can navigate us throughout time. But now he's building upon that, expanding. He's about to expound. But the language is very specific. 3 times a year, shall you keep. Look at the word. It says a feast. In Hebrew, the word is chag. Everybody type that, please. K-H-A-G. That's what it says in Hebrew. That's what it says in Hebrew. I gave you the definition of chag earlier. Passover, Pesach, is not a chag. Pesach is a moed, or it is a set appointed time. 14th day of Ha'adim of the first month. Okay? So, chag. Read that again, Moreh. 14. Come on.
3 times in the year, you shall keep a feast to me. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. As I commanded you, you shall eat unleavened bread for 7 days at the appointed time in the month of Abib. For in it you came out of Egypt. None shall appear before me empty-handed. You shall keep the feast of harvest, of the first fruits of your labor, of what you sow in the field. You shall keep the feast of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in from the field the fruit of your labor. 3 times in the year shall all your males appear before Yahuwah.
Now we see the male piece. So let's rehash this for them, Moreh. If we look at 14, 15, 16, 17, look at what we see. Yah is saying that during your year, there are to be 3 chagim. Chagim is how you say chag, plural. The first one he's called Chag HaMatzot. That is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But Moreh, did you notice? The second one, he didn't call it the Feast of Weeks yet, because that is going to be a further explanation in a time yet future to them. He calls it Chag HaSir, the Feast of Harvest. The Feast of Harvest also becomes known as Chag HaBikurim, the Feast of First Fruits. Then it becomes known as Chag HaShavuot, or the Feast of Weeks. But our precedent is Yah first calls this Chag HaChasir. That means, the Feast of Harvest. But it does say of the first fruits. It's whatever fruit and vegetables in that season have been planted. So now, what does it say, Moreh? The Feast of Ingathering. Why does he call it the Feast of Ingathering? He doesn't call it the Feast of Tabernacles. Did y'all notice that? Because we had not started wandering yet. By the time we get to Leviticus 23, y'all knows what's coming in the future. We officially don't start wandering for the 40 years until after Numbers chapter 11. Numbers chapter 9 is the beginning of our second year in the wilderness. See, we have to know all of this, brothers and sisters. It's not even a puzzle. We got to humble ourselves to what's written on the subject. So now, let's rehash this for them. Can we, Moreh? Moreh, could you reread 14 through 16, please?
Yes. 3 times in a year you shall keep a feast to me. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. As I commanded you, you shall eat unleavened bread for 7 days at the appointed time in the month of Abib. For in it you came out of Egypt. None shall appear before me empty-handed. You shall keep the feast of harvest, of the first fruits of your labor, of which you sow in the field. You shall keep the feast of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in from the field the fruit of your labor.
Everybody look up here, please. The last one Moreh Amir just read, where it said Feast of Ingathering, is called Chag HaAsif. Asif. Chag HaAsif. So the first one is Chag HaMatzot, Feast of Unleavened Bread. The second has a primary name with other designations. Chag HaKasir, the Feast of Ingathering, or the Feast of Harvest, of the first fruits of the crops, fruit and vegetables. It becomes known later, which is what we're going to read next, as Chag HaShavuot, the Feast of Weeks. That's a one-day event. Excuse me. The last is Chag HaAsif, the Feast of Ingathering, at the end of that cycle's agricultural year. We know our year is not 6 months long. So how are we going to start the year between March and April, but then the year is over between, September, October? This is a harvest agricultural agrarian-based thing he's using. You still there, Moreh?
I am. You had dropped off.
Oh, okay, let me check. Well, yeah, I've got very low level. I got a few bars up. I don't. It's this internet service provider.
You're coming back in.
But I'm back. I'm back now. You can hear me. You can see me, Moreh.
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
You can't see.
Okay, I can see you. I can see you.
Oh, okay. All right. Everybody, can you hear us clearly? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Mic check 1, 2, 3. Video check. I'm here.
Yep, you good.
All right. Hallelujah. Moreh, let's take the moment now to Shemot 34. I'm showing you every place in Torah. Remember I told you, we have a topic. Then we have to read everything written on the subject, the content. You see how it's progressing? Does everybody follow? We're not adding anything. I'm trying my best to keep from ad-libbing, giving any opinion. I'm going solely on the text. All right, hallelujah. All right, Moreh, again, so we are, excuse me, everybody, we are in chapter 34, verse 18. Then we're going to read 22 through 24. Chapter 34 of Shemot, Exodus, verse 18, then 22 through 24. All right, whenever you're ready, Moreh.
Okay. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, at the appointed time in the month of Abib. For in the month of Abib you came out from Egypt. Verse 21. 6 days, no, I'm sorry, 22. You shall observe the feast of weeks, the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ungathering at the year's end. 3 times in a year shall all your males appear before Yahuwah, your Elohim of Yisrael. For I will cast out nations before you and enlarge your borders. No one shall covet your land when you go up to appear before Yahuwah, your Elohim, 3 times in the year. Want me to keep going? Verse
Do me a
25.
favor, Moreh, reread 23 and 24 slowly.
Okay.
You missed something. I don't know if it's your version you're reading from, but something you missed.
Okay. 3 times in the year shall all your males appear before Yahuwah, your Elohim, the Elohim of Yisrael. For I will cast out nations before you and enlarge your borders. No one shall covet your land when you go up to appear before Yahuwah, your Elohim, 3 times in the year.
Hallelujah. All right. So, Moreh, I have a question. So if I'm reading this correctly and I heard you accurately, doesn't it say, well, okay, when we were just in chapter 23, that was the first time or the precedent for Yah saying that the males must appear before him 3 times a year, right?
That is correct.
Question. Appear before him where? Notice no place was designated.
Correct.
It wasn't said. By the time we're here now, we were 23, it's 34. Does it not say in verse 23, 3 times in a year shall your male children appear before Yahweh, Elohim Israel? Appear before him where? And I love 24. For I will cast out the nations before you and enlarge your border, neither shall any man desire your land. So this is future Moreh, when we're in our land.
Correct.
Neither shall any man desire your land when you shall go up to appear before Yahweh your Elohim 3 times a year. Wait a minute. Did everybody catch it? Did you see it, Moreh?
I think
No
so.
No longer in the wilderness keeping this. He gave a glimpse of the future.
Correct.
I'm going to be with you. I'm going to make it where when you leave your tribal inheritance, wherever you are in the land, and come to the place I'm going to choose, I'm going to make it where don't nobody from the other nations want your land when you come up, figure of speech, when you come to appear before me. So Israelites, wherever you are, you're going to be leaving where you are to come to this designated place that I'm going to choose. Did everybody catch that? Did you see that, Moreh?
I did see that. I wasn't sure if that's what you were specifically referring to, but yeah, I love that he's going to give some protection for your land while you're away. That's excellent.
And you know what's profound? He's not just telling the men to appear. Back in chapter 23, that's why I mentioned, before he said men, he said, you shall appear. So when we see that it says, and Yehoshua and his parents went up year to year to Jerusalem to Passover, I know where Jerusalem is. I know where they were from in Nazareth. That's a long way in them days. Ain't nobody got cars and trucks or anything of that particular day. Ain't nobody flying. That's a long way. So he's saying, you can come from all the way up there. Ain't nobody going to bother none of your stuff when you come down or go up, figuratively, to come before me. Ain't that something? The promise of protection via our obedience. Does everybody see it? Does everybody see that? Didn't make it up. And Moreh, this is just in Exodus.
Yeah.
He's setting a precedent. There's no way to get around this. Okay? So now, here comes some heavy stuff. Let us now go to Leviticus. Vayikra. Leviticus 23. We're going to start verses 1 through 8. Again, we're only dealing with the set times, the appointed times of Chagim, what's commonly called the feast days, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of First Fruits. I'm trying to figure out which name I was going to use. First fruit, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Tabernacles. Okay? So please type 1 once you get there. Vayikra, Esrim, Veshalosh, or Leviticus chapter 23, verse 1 through 8.
And Yahuwah.
No, we're not going to start just yet. If you're just joining us, we're going in depth, brothers and sisters. We here. This is the instruction. This is Torah. This is what we tell the Christian world, the Islamic world, or whomever. We ain't in Christianity. We don't follow the dictates of men. Religion, pseudo, so-called spirituality and all that. We are the children of Israel. He is the Elohim of the Hebrews. Why then will we not just obey the ways commanded? Have y'all noticed that the majority, and correct me if I'm wrong, Moreh, the majority of what we're reading is all in English here and there. I'm inserting some Hebrew stuff.
Correct.
But no matter what version you got, aren't you all seeing are you seeing what I'm seeing? If you ain't, oh, wait till we finish chapter 23. All right, Moreh, please. So we are in Leviticus 23, you all, 1 through 8. All right, whenever you're ready, Moreh.
Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, these are the appointed feasts of Yahuwah that you shall proclaim as holy convocations. They are my appointed feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day is a Sabbath of solemn rest, a holy convocation. You shall do no work. It is a Sabbath to Yahuwah in all your dwelling places. These are the appointed feasts of Yahuwah, the holy convocations, which you shall proclaim at their appointed times for them. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at twilight, it is Yahuwah's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread. For 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work, but you shall present a food offering to Yahuwah for 7 days. On the seventh day is a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. You want me to keep going?
Verse 8.
Yeah, that was verse 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. You read verse 8. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Yeah, I'm listening and I'm also getting this. All right. Now, the version that Moreh is reading from, I'll just say this, and he knows it ain't nothing personal, it's bad. The way it's rendering the wording of what it is very bad. So we're going to rehash now directly from Torah in Hebrew. Again, for those that don't know, going right into it, no English, nothing. I'm a Hebrew speaker. I'm a Hebrew teacher of the basic rules of thumb. I've taught the language for the past 15 to maybe 16 years. I know how to navigate my way through it in terms of a basic understanding and grasp towards application. Okay? So now, I'm going to read what he just read, but you're going to hear how different I read it. Listen, chapter 23, verse 1 and 2. And Yahweh spoke to Moshe, saying, "Speak unto the children of Israel concerning the feast of Yahweh, which you shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts." So when you see the word feast first mentioned in verse 2, plural, the Hebrew word is mo'adeh. That is the plural way to say feast. You could say mo'adim also. There are two ways in Hebrew, plural, to say feast. Mo'adeh, which is what appears right there, and mo'adim, which appears elsewhere. Everybody type for me the word mo'adeh, M-O-A-D-E-Y. Type that for me in caps. I saw you drinking more. I forgot I had some water too. All this talking I've been doing, oh my goodness. So now, when it says, we got to break all this down. It says, you shall proclaim his set times, mo'ed, set appointed time. You shall proclaim his set times, mo'adeh, feast, set times, to be holy convocations. This is what you say in Hebrew. Holy convocations is mikra'e kodesh. So holy convocations is mikra'e kodesh. That means something that Yah has set aside. He's called it beforehand to be a time set aside for the normal routine not to be done. So if I say mikra, mikra means to call or designate something. Kodesh means set apart, set aside, or holy, as it were. So Yah is saying by verse 2, everything he's about to give you by date on the normal calendar, if it was not the first month, the 14th day of the second month, well, the 14th day of the third month would not be for what's called Pesach. Okay? So, feast, singular, is the word moed. Moed means set or appointed time. Feast, plural, in that verse, verse 2, is mo'adeh. You could also say mo'adim. Both these words is plural for the same thing, feast. Where it says holy convocations, let me debunk something that was taught years ago. When I first learned I was an Israelite, almost 33 years ago, and I believe many people are taught it now. Moreh, we were taught that every Shabbat is supposed to be a feast. You got to have this big blowout and a lot of food and everything. That's not what it says.
Right.
In Hebrew, it does not say you got to have a whole bunch of food. It says Yom HaShabbat, the seventh day, is a mo'ed. It doesn't say it's a chag. Did y'all notice when we read Shemot Exodus 23 and 34, it says these feasts, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Tabernacles, those you didn't see the Shabbat up in there? It's not saying you can't feast, have a whole bunch of food, but it's not been called by Yah to be separated under that designation. The Shabbat is a day of ceasing from all your work and all your labor. Does everybody understand? Is everybody with me? Again, I am not saying if you decide to have a blowout in terms of a whole bunch of food, but if you are the head of your house in terms of husband, Abba father, or a sister with no head, or a congregational leader, don't you dare tell the people, your children, we got to cook all this food because Yah said it's a feast. That's English. Yah said it is a mo'ed. It's an appointed time. The Shabbat is an appointed time. The Shabbat is not a chag. But the first day of Chag HaMatzot is a Shabbat. We're going to see it's called by that name. The seventh day of Chag HaMatzot is a Shabbat. So Moreh and I was talking a few days ago. Did you know that for the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you can have the first day, which is Shabbat, seventh day, which is Shabbat, and a weekly Shabbat. Every Feast of Unleavened Bread, you have 3 Shabbatot, or Shalosh Shabbatot, or 3 Sabbath days, every time.
Yep.
No way around it. It's always going to fall that way. Let's go further. So, Moreh, could you read for us verse 5 through 8? And I won't stop you. This is very important. Rehash this. Go ahead, please.
In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at twilight, is Yahuwah's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread to Yahuwah. For 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day, you shall have a holy convocation. You should not do any ordinary work.
All right. What would you say, Moreh, in your opinion, obviously, what jumped out to you between 5 and 8, if anything? Hate to put you on the spot, but just, what are your thoughts about what you see? And I want you all to think about this as well. What do you see? Anything jump out at you? It should. We done read a lot by this point. We read everything in Shmot. We read the precedent. What do y'all see? Any thoughts, Moreh?
I mean, the only thing that jumps out to me, you already addressed it, but it's that part about twilight.
Uh-huh. Yes, that's the first thing you all should see. Because in Hebrew it says, in the 14th day of the first month, between the evenings of Bein HaArbaim, is the Pesach of Yahweh. So in Hebrew it says, in this verse, this is what it says. Pesach la Yahweh. That simply means it belongs unto him. Notice it didn't call what happens on the 14th day a feast. But notice by the time, Moreh, we get to verse 6, what does it say? On the 15th day of the same month is the feast. Y'all remember some hours ago we read Luke 22:1? Now the feast of unleavened bread was near or coming, that is called the Passover. Can somebody tell me where we find that here? Where do you find that? Did you see that in Exodus 12, 13, 23, 34, Leviticus 23? So that means that was a tradition. Are we on the same page yet? Are we vibing yet? A tradition. Something this simple that we can read in English, they decided they wanted to add something because what he said wasn't good enough. So it says right here clearly in verse 6, Feast of Unleavened Bread is called Chag HaMatzot. Verse 7, first day is a Mikra Kodesh. Mikra Kodesh is a called, set apart day. Meaning, the day has been called by Yah, declared by Yah beforehand to be separate in its nature in terms of what's done on that day. So the first day is a Mikra Kodesh. Can't work at your job. The last day is a Mikra Kodesh. Cannot work at your job. Mikra Kodesh is what it says in Hebrew when it says holy convocation, you all, in verse 7 and in verse 8. Now, let me tell you what I can't do. I'm going to just jump right to it. I am purposely skipping verses 9 through 20. Because Moreh and I had a conversation about this a few nights ago. And though he understood, it would take a while to help you all understand this. And I can say honestly, I wouldn't want to take any shortcuts, but suffice it to say that the counting of the 49 days or the 7 weeks, then you add 1 day to the 50th day to determine the Feast of Weeks, I guarantee you the majority of Israelites don't understand how to do that.
Moreh,
So,
I
I want you to
you don't
skip
want to read it.
down. Look at verse 3, verse 2. Already told, back to Shmot, Exodus 34. The second one was called the Feast of Harvest, the Feast of First Fruits. Now here's the actual full name that we tend to know about. Go ahead, Moreh. Verse 21.
And you shall make a proclamation on the same day. You shall hold a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. It is a statute forever in all your dwelling places, throughout your generations.
So this, brothers and sisters, is a one-day event commonly called the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of First Fruits, the Feast of Harvest. Is everybody here? Does everybody get that? Give me 1 second, I'm trying to charge something here because I let this thing run out, and that is not a good thing. Give me 1 sec here.
Well, while you're charging that, I want to say this.
Go ahead.
I know we're not going to read the portion about first fruits, that is so important. Like, you can really do a lesson on that.
Yes.
Because the implications on that, like you, depending on where you stand on whether or not you should keep the feast, it really creates a conundrum. If you're doing anything outside of the parameters, it really boxes you in to where you have to really sit on it and say, hey, is this sin? What are we doing?
Right? This is true. This is true. Did you want to add anything else to that? I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, that's it. Maybe we'll double back at it at the end of this one, or maybe I'll do a follow up on my own or something like that. But it is definitely something that needs to be stated at some point in time.
Oh yes, I agree. And to be honest, to make sure we keep everything in continuity, I would prefer an afterwards. I mean, you can if you want to at the end of this, but if it's for me, because I want to pull all this together on the short term. Because in order to explain that, I would take a solid 2 hours or so minimum to go over it so thoroughly where there will be no question. Because remember what we were looking at the other night, and by the time you saw it, but it's already because you already had a certain understanding. Many of our people don't know how to count a certain way.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's a very good idea because it is integral to a lot of other things. And again, just for the record, the only reason I'm skipping over this is because you see all of this, everything from 9 through 20 is devoted to 21. And it ain't easy. It took me years, literally, to understand how to do this. Not how to count, 7 weeks and that whole thing. No. That's easy. But some other things in there because certain things are out of order. We're not in the land. The system that y'all set up that gives this substance we never grew up with or around. So we approach it through the eyes, the mind of what we have in the here and now. And a lot of times that's wrong, no matter how sincere we are. And that's simply the truth, if we're willing to come to terms with it. All right. So now, give me 1 second. Moreh, could you take us over verses 33 through 44? So now we've had Chag HaMatzot, Chag HaShavuot. Now we're about to deal with Chag HaAsif, Feast of Ingathering, that you're about to see has a name change. Go ahead, Moreh.
And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel, saying, on the 15th day of the 7th month, and for 7 days is the feast of booths to Yahuwah. On the first day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no ordinary work. For 7 days you shall present food offerings to Yahuwah. On the 8th day you shall hold a holy convocation and present a food offering to Yahuwah. It is a solemn assembly. You shall not do any ordinary work.
Can you pause for a second, Moreh?
Yeah.
So what verse is that you just ended with? Help me understand. Where are we at?
That was verse 36.
Yes. So where is all this food and stuff coming from that's got to be offered? Where's all this coming from, y'all? I mean, are y'all following me? Are you paying attention to what we're reading? Nothing that we're reading can be exempted, can be skipped over, can be omitted. If you find in your Feast of Tabernacles you're not doing this, well, something's missing. We ain't got this, we ain't got this. There's a reason you ain't got this, because you're out of the land, serving now the punishment because of disobedience to the Torah. That's why. So, Moreh, could you read that last verse again you just read? Just the last one, please.
Yes. For 7 days you shall present food offerings to Yahuwah. On the 8th day you shall hold a holy convocation and present a food offering to Yahuwah. It is a solemn assembly. You shall do no ordinary work.
Where is all this? So food offering. So this is for the nation. So who came up with all this? Meaning, is it just the priests and Levites? Got to dip into their own stock? Where's all this got to be coming from? This is a national thing. The Mo'adeh are national level things. Are y'all following me? Everything would be provided, not just a ceremony, even those who officiate in the ceremonial ritual part of the worship. Let me say that again. Ceremony accompanied by ritual connected to particular people to perform it in a certain location and a place in the land of Israel, a certain city in the land of Israel. Is everybody with me? Is this making sense? I hope so. Everything you're reading has got to be done for the day. Because Moreh, did you notice, was it just me? He didn't say, and this is what the priesthood got to do. Yeah. This is what the Levites got to do. This is to speak to the children of Israel.
Yeah.
So all the 30 years of my Feast of Tabernacles, I ain't did none of that.
Yeah.
I haven't done that. And it wasn't because I was a vegan. It's like, well, we ain't in the land and priesthood and Levites and ain't got no temple. How we going to do that? That means you ain't supposed to. Why is y'all going to set something in motion that you knew you couldn't do? Remember, when is forever not forever? Forever is forever if we have stayed in sync and obeyed. But disobedience brought an end to in the land forever. Obedience, this curse is going to be on you and your seed as a sign forever. But that forever turns around when we return to Yah. These are obedience to Torah. That's how it works. So forever is conditional, brothers and sisters. Throughout all your generations is another way of saying forever. That was conditional. We were always going to be under the curses, signs, forever. But the forever ending was contingent upon us returning to Yah. Deuteronomy 30, 1, 2, and 3. The throughout our generations, celebrating the things in the land and everything else was contingent upon us what? Obeying. We disobeyed, that brought an end to the forever. I'm sorry, Moreh, correct me if I'm wrong. Was not Melech David, King David, also told by Yah? He said, you will not lack a man to sit on your throne if your sons do this.
That's what he said. As if.
But in 2 Chronicles, Moreh, chapter 36, the last known king of Judah or in Israel was Zedekiah or NuriYahu. So when we return under Zerubbabel, Shealtiel, Nehemiah, Ezra, we may have seen governors that had the authority of the Persian Empire, but there was no Israelite, no tribe, sat on no throne, especially on the descendant of David. Notice, I haven't gone spiritual. I'm not talking about Yahushua's HaMashiach satisfying that. But Yah said, you will never lack a man sitting upon your throne, David. David's throne is on the earth, nowhere in the heavens. Show me right now a descendant of David on the throne in Israel, ruling over a united Israel. Show me that, please. That won't be a hard search. Amen. So, okay. So Moreh has read for us down to 36. So Moreh, could you read 36? Well, you know what? Let's do this. Ooh, boy. Give me a second, you all. I got to pull a few things in because I got chapter and verse oozing out my ears here from my time of preparation for this. Look at verse 37. Go ahead, Moreh. Say again.
No, I was just gonna talk while you were getting things together. Those examples that you're giving about forever really establish a context for forever, because we do a lot of these things because we see it says, this is a statute forever in all your generations. So we automatically take our concept of forever that we've gathered from the West and not what we gathered from the text, and we try to implement that and justify it. Yep. So these examples of for forever are really establishing the groundwork of why context is important, and this is good. This is good.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you pointed that out. Does everybody see what Moreh just said? What he spoke about? Do you understand? This is why I'm taking so much time. Why I want us to be so deliberate. Why I'm trying to keep everything in context. Remember, I told you my formula. Here's our topic. Okay, all the content on the subject. Are you noticing how all the content is establishing the context? Have you noticed that, Moreh? How reading everything on the subject is establishing what can and cannot be done. Have y'all seen that?
Yeah.
I mean, we ain't even got to Deuteronomy 12 and Deuteronomy 16. The last places where the mind of Yah is clearly stated. No ambiguity. No, like, well, I thought he said, no, you didn't. No, you did not. You know Yah said in the place he's going to choose to place his name. When did that place become your house? In Georgia, in Chicago, somewhere here in Ghana. How do we justify that? By obedience. We're trying to demonstrate to Yah we're willing to not do what they did by obeying everything. But we're out of the system that he set up, which puts us back in disobedience. He established a system to define obedience. To go outside the system is what defines disobedience, which keeps us under the signature of the curses. I mean, are y'all following? If it's about returning unto Yah, return unto him and obey him according to what he commanded, that can be kept where we are in time. I mean, you know, Moreh, there's a reason outside of the 10th plague. Did y'all notice there was never an instance where blood was put on the doorpost at our homes in the land of Israel? But that was a part of the original thing, wasn't it?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that.
Go ahead, speak on it, Moreh. Speak on it.
No, you're doing enough speaking for the both of us. Go ahead, keep it going.
I mean,
I'm just acknowledging, because things like that are used when we, in our zeal, take Exodus 12 and some of the things we misunderstand. We think that we're supposed to do, but we don't do, because we know we're here in America. You put some blood on your doorpost and you might get in trouble. You might get a knock at that door.
Yes, sir.
But it's just a lot of circular reasoning that I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all right. When we get to Deuteronomy 12:8, the circular or cyclical reasoning has to come to an end, because we are commanded clearly to not do what is right in our own eyes, but do what he commanded you to do. The way, the when, the how, the where. When you can't do that, don't do it. But no. Yah is clear. He designates a location of where he wants these three things done. So how do I say in 2025, almost 33 years old, I'm an Israelite? Well, you know, this place I'm living in right now in Ghana, Moreh, man, it's dangerous to be out here doing the Feast of Tabernacles. You know, it might be some snakes or something somewhere, because this is Africa. I mean, and it's real. Yeah. So my house is a temporary dwelling, Moreh, because I might be somewhere else next month.
Mm-hmm.
I used to say that.
That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear
I
that.
used to say it. That's the truth. That is the truth. But what we're about to read right now nullifies all that. If you respect, love Yah enough to abide by the simplicity of what he said. Remember, Yahushua said, why do you, through your traditions, even the traditional understanding, break the Torah of Elohim? That's what we do when we keep these days. Those appointed times, those chagim. Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Ingathering, Feast of Tabernacles. Moreh, could you pick us up, please? And read. Let's do 37 all the way through 44, and I won't stop you, but we're gonna double back once you finish that. Go ahead, please.
All right. Verse 37.
Yeah.
These are the appointed feasts of Yahuwah, which you shall proclaim at times of holy convocation, for presenting to Yahuwah food offerings, burnt offerings, and grain offerings, sacrifices, and drink offerings, each on its proper day. Besides Yahuwah's Sabbaths, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vow offerings, and besides all your freewill offerings which you give to Yahuwah. On the 15th day of the 7th month, when you have gathered in the produce of the land, you shall celebrate the feast of Yahuwah for 7 days. On the first day shall be a solemn rest, and on the 8th day shall be a solemn rest. And you shall take on the first day the fruit of splendid trees, branches of palm trees, and boughs of leafy trees, and willows of the brook. And you shall rejoice before Yahuwah your Elohim 7 days. You shall celebrate it as a feast to Yahuwah for 7 days of the year. It is a statute forever throughout your generations. You shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall dwell in booths for 7 days. All native Israelites shall dwell in booths, that your generations may know that I made the people of Israel dwell in booths when I brought them out of the lands of Egypt. I am Yahuwah your Elohim. Thus Moses declared to the people of Israel the appointed feast of Yahuwah.
Woo, Father. Everybody take a look at the board, please. Well, Moreh, you just read where it says, verse 40, and you shall take on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, boughs of fig trees, willows of the brook, and you shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim 7 days. Okay, so the produce and all that. Produce of what land? Willows of the brook, palm trees. Let me tell you what we did in Chicago. Chicago ain't got nan palm tree. No willows by no brook. Well, that's not true. As you go to the suburbs, it might have some willow trees and all that. We would go to florists and buy, as they would import palm branches for us, we would do all that and decorate. That's what we would do. Now, produce of what land? Notice how we have to improvise and insert the land that we're in. And then we go ahead, well-intentioned, mind you. I get it because I've done it. I did for 31 years, up until just this past year, October 2024. 31 years. Wrong. Wrong. Period. I'm not ashamed in the context of, oh, poor is me, woe is me. When I realized it fully, I'm like, Father, 2020, after Chag HaMatzot, living here in Ghana, I live in Ghana. Right after the Feast of Unleavened Bread, I started feeling real strange, and I can't explain it fully. Had some visitors, some sisters from a congregation in Kentucky that came, stayed with myself and my Isha. They were here celebrating, everything was wonderful. They left. I just started feeling strange, feeling oddly empty. Like, man, what's wrong? Is something going on? Did I do something? So the Father had me revisit. I looked over some things and I'm like, well, what is this? What am I? And so I dismissed it because I started feeling like, well, maybe I did something wrong, but I couldn't identify it. As Yah is my witness, that's when He started getting my attention, right after the Feast of Unleavened Bread, 2020. But I did the Feast of Weeks, did the Feast of Tabernacles. 2020 became 2021, 2022. I was in America, in Chicago, visiting. I fellowshiped with some former students who have a congregation in Chicago, former congregational members, kept the Feast of Unleavened Bread with them, came back to Ghana, kept the Feast of Weeks, did Feast of Tabernacles, 2023, same thing, 2024, same thing. Every year, I'm ignoring. It's just something more and more, because I can't quite put a finger on it. Guess what happened, Moreh? And I told you, and this is actually, rhetorical, because you know it. The last day, you all, last year of Chag HaSukkot, or what's called Yom HaAcharon, the last day, Yom HaGadol, the great day, that 8th day, I woke up vexed, didn't have a bad dream, hadn't ate nothing bad, ate late. When I say woke up vexed, on the verge of being scared. And I couldn't really understand, like, what is going on with me? I sat on the edge of the bed and just started praying. The Father had me go online and look up, did the children of Israel keep the Feast of Tabernacles outside the land of Israel? I can find no evidence to substantiate. And so it went from that to any holy day. Stuff I knew intrinsically, and I knew He started getting my attention that something was wrong with what I was doing, not how I was doing it per se. And it's like, oh, wow. So I got in touch with my Isha because she was visiting some people, some relatives. Got in touch with an elder sister who's probably still in the room right now in Colorado, Ima Mayinya. Oh my goodness, Ima, da-da-da. And see, people that know me know I used to be one of the loudest voices in the Israelite world for keeping it. That was it for me. So this year, when the new year came around, I still mark time. I got calendars. Moreh, remember the calendar I just showed you a few days ago that I showed you thus and so? I got 31 plus years, 32 years of calendars in my possession. From March of 1993 to right now. I can show you this, I can show you that. But I'm like, wow. So one of the members, former members of our congregation in the States, right before the Feast of Unleavened Bread, just this past few months, some months ago, reached out to me and said, Moreh, I just don't feel right. He understands the why, but I understand because, see, this has been a critical part of our identity. I understand the importance of the fellowship it brings, the introduction to one another that we didn't have, the establishment of family, the cohesion of congregations, the visiting and all that. But I'm going to tell you, as I would tell you to your face, we are wrong. We are out of order. We are disobeying. And I'm going to use the S word. We are sinning, y'all. There's no other way around to say it. To obey what the Father told us to do a certain way, to do it the way, well, we can't do it that whole way. That's called disobedience. That's what it is. There's no way around it. So, Moreh, if I'm not mistaken, you stopped at
the end of the chapter.
Yeah, you read the whole thing. So, before the official wandering happened for the 40 years, we're traveling and we stopped, we set up tents, or sukkot. Singular tent, sukkah, plural tents, sukkot. Okay? That we might know He made us dwell in temporary dwellings of sukkot. Coming out of Egypt, then the 40 years, and then we come into our land. Moreh, let's take them to Bemidbar 9 as we officially enter our second year in the wilderness. It's becoming increasingly clear that we ain't going straight into the land because we disobedient, hard-headed, and sinners wicked. Negroes keep on complaining. They want what they want, accusing Moshe of bringing them out just to kill them with thirst. And after being given the manna, oh, we don't like this old light bread, this old light food. We want something else. Some chicken, I'm sorry, no, they didn't say chicken, but y'all know what I'm talking about, right? There was some fish, leeks, melon, all of that stuff. But they did get quail, which I guess was the equivalent to chicken, and he gave us so much, he said, it's gonna come out your nose. You're gonna hate it. Then he started killing Negroes because y'all, I'm tired of y'all. You ain't satisfied with when you won't obey me. You keep on complaining. What am I supposed to do? And Moshe was like, Father, I didn't bear these people. I ain't been breastfeeding. I ain't carried them in my bosom. If this is how you gonna deal with me because of them Negroes, please just go ahead and kill me. This is how Israelites are even to this very day. Moreh, I would imagine folk hear portions of this and don't listen to the whole thing in content. And then context, man, them Negroes talking about we ain't got to keep the holy days. Whatever.
Yeah. That's what they'll do.
And it's all good because, again, I've talked to some folk that have come visiting, shared this with them. Man, folk got back to the United States, Moreh, and I ain't heard nothing from them. Folk avoid me. They don't unfriend me on Facebook, but folk ain't talking to me no more. Oh, I see it. It's all good. Folk was reaching out, man, can't wait to see you, Moreh. Get in, want to talk about something. Man, something wrong with that Negro. Outside the fact he ain't got all his teeth, he said thus and so, and y'all know, we done already secured that place, right by some water. We're going to do baptisms. We're going to have a show. We're going to go ahead and do all this, concert and everything, and then now we're going to come before the Most High. Okay. Okay. What I'm trying to do is make up in the eyes of the Father for unknowingly, unwittingly, I taught the wrong thing to thousands, y'all. Again, some of y'all, 5, 10 years is nothing to me in my mind in the context of almost 33 years. I've taught people face to face. I've taught people online. I've even gone to Israel and kept this and taught. So I've got a lot in terms of, wow, Father, I was not only wrong, I was extremely wrong. So for me, this is a part of my atonement, if you will. I know we have the shed blood of Hamashiach. I understand the preliminary stages of repentance, teshuvah, but for me, I want to set the record straight because I know better now. And I don't care who say different. Ain't no way you can go in here and show me we justified doing something outside the parameters which Yah set forth. Can't show me that. Can't show me. And I'm not ashamed to say it. So, Numbers 9, Bemidbar, we're going to read verses 1. I got to take a seat, boys. I've been standing up a minute. We're going to read verses 1 through 14. All right, whenever you're ready, Moreh, please.
And Yahuwah spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, let the people of Israel keep the Passover at its appointed time. On the 14th day of this month, at twilight, you shall keep it at its appointed time. According to all its statutes and all its rules, you shall keep it. So
wait,
Moses...
Moreh.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you pause for a second? So, now we get into the technical weeds, the bushes in terms of Torah. By Numbers 9, Moreh, it says, according to all the rites and ceremonies, rituals. Wait a minute, y'all. They didn't just say, do it and pray. There are rituals and ceremonies connected to this thing on the 14th day. This lamb, this goat, which is a sacrifice. Did I read that? Did I hear you correctly, Moreh?
Yeah.
So if we are not, this is gonna be a reach, so you all bear with me. My understanding is if the rituals, the ceremonies that accompany, written in Torah, we're gonna read a little bit, with this event on the 14th day are not performed, that's a sin. Here's the commandment. Let the children of Israel keep the Pesach at its appointed season. In the 14th day of this month, between the evenings, you shall keep it at its appointed season, according to all the rituals, according to all the ceremonies thereof. You shall keep it. Shall. This is how you do it. There's no way around that, y'all. But did you know that in Numbers 28, we're going to see some of these rituals? That if they're not done, you ain't doing it right. You're not doing it right, you're sinning. You can call yourself priest, Levite, whatever. Okay? Don't play with that office. Please don't put yourself in a place where the adversary has more to accuse you for in the eyes of Yah. Please don't do that. So, Moreh, reread your verse 3 again, if you don't mind, B'vakasha. Please.
On the 14th day of this month, at twilight, you shall keep it at its appointed time, according to all its statutes and all its rules, you shall keep it.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So Moses told the people of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at twilight, in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahuwah commanded Moses. So the people of Israel did.
Can we pause for a second more? So, and I hate to keep interrupting you.
No,
so
that's fine.
Is it just me, Moreh? Do you see in your text the word Passover in verse 2?
Yes.
Okay. In your text, do you see the 14th day of this month mentioned in verse 3?
Yes.
Verse 4, do you see keep the Passover?
Yes.
And 5 is the execution. You see, and it says, and they kept it, the Passover, on the 14th day of the first month.
Yes.
Is there a particular reason, you all, that we keep seeing what appears to be a redundancy? Why does this continue to be drilled? Because this is new for them. This is their second year, beginning of it, with this. So, through negative reinforcement comes retention. But retention, remembering, does not mean you understand what to do. We don't have the benefits of a Moshe or an Aharon or the Kohanim, descended sons of Aharon, to teach. The Levites were the particular ones commanded to teach Israel the Torah. So now here we go, at least 3,000 years removed from that time, reading in our own text, Passover, first month, 14th day, Passover, Passover. Moreh, did you see anything between verse 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5, where it says Passover is a feast?
No.
But do we see, Moreh, that Passover, though they're no longer in Egypt, is an event that includes the killing of a lamb or a goat that was gotten on the 10th day, guarded, kept up to the 14th day. So we see that the precedent starting in Shemot 12 is still enacted. Because if it was not understood by this point, mentioning Passover appointed season, mentioning Passover, all rituals and ceremonies, wouldn't have made sense to nobody.
Correct.
Are y'all getting it? And the thing that's greatest about everything here is that Yah himself was in our midst. They had what's called the Ohel Moed, or the tabernacle of witness, or the tabernacle, the place of appointed meeting. The Beit HaMikdash, the place of holiness. You have the holy place, menorah, incense altar, altar for sacrifice, a few other implements. Then you have, separated by the paroquet, the curtain. You had Kadosh Kadoshim, Holy of Holies, with the Ark of the Covenant, where the Kohen Gadol could only go in once a year during Yom HaKippurim, or what's commonly called Yom Kippur. We are so messed up today that sometimes, and I'm just be honest, sometimes with the wealth of knowledge the Father has blessed me with, I'm like, Father, I don't explain it, but it's only out of your mouth comes all knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Our people in 2025, so many of us are still hell-bent on maintaining traditions that are contrary to Torah on the subject. Again, I know the benefit of what the holy days convey to us, the feast days, the coming together, the traveling from one place. My children grew up on it. I have 3 daughters. My middle daughter name is Akarit. She's 27. When I shared this with her, my Isha shared with her, she couldn't believe it because my daughter was raised knowing she's an Israelite. This was a strategic part of her life. She said, oh my goodness, we can't do that? What are we supposed to do then? I'm like, well, I can read. There are hundreds of other places in Torah that we can obey. Moreh, have you asked yourself, why do the appointed times, the set times, the Chagim feast day, why, in your opinion, are they such an integral, strategic part of our lives to the point that even implying that we shouldn't do it causes people to think they don't have a way to obey the Father any further? When that's just 6 things out of hundreds of places in Torah. Help me understand.
Well, from my perspective, it has become a source of our identity.
Yes.
So without that, it is as if they are not actually Israelites.
My.
And an additional point to consider is where we have come from with the holidays, where we come into this awakening, right?
Yes.
And we are now casting off these things that we have denounced as pagan, but we have these emotional attachments created by the feelings of these days. And so we want to replace those days with something else that is there to generate the same feeling.
Right.
So it is our own form of replacement theology, not like the Gentiles did Israel, where they said the church has replaced us, but it is us who are replacing the holidays with the holy days in order to generate this same sensation, this feeling, this atmosphere of joy. Because whether we like to admit it or not, we have memories from these get-togethers, these barbecues we used to have back when we was in the world. Back when we were celebrating Thanksgiving, Christmas, these things, whether we want to admit it or not, they have created mental, emotional attachments to this feeling. And these feast days are our own sense of a dopamine hit that we use to feel the way we used to feel. So it's a layered thing, but those are the 2 things, because I have asked this question, and these are the 2 things that I see that we do, and why we are so hesitant to even look into this, because we don't even want to be proven wrong.
Right.
We're afraid.
Right. That's right. I'm so glad you mentioned all that, Moreh, which is why I wanted to turn it over to you, because I don't want to seem like I'm monopolizing this, because I know you have a lot of thoughts on it as well. Let me say this. As a 61-year-old Hebrew who's an Israelite, Torah obedient believer in the Messiah. Not only did everything this man just say is true, I'm born in 1964. So I had longer than many of you all to experience what he just said. But when I learned at 28 years old, everything he just said not only psychologically fits, but I didn't consciously want to be a part, do it because it was a replacement, but in reflection, willing to admit it, that's what it was. So integral, so strategic to my identity that I'm telling you, and I know I keep saying this, that last day last year, the Feast of Tabernacles, I was shook. Like, oh, no. I couldn't have been doing, there's no way possible. Not because I'm such a profound teacher. I understand. I'm like, how do I reconcile having done the wrong? I done came from Islam. I done let Christianity go. Now I found out, and 31 years later, I've been doing something I ain't supposed to do for 31 years, Moreh. 31. And when I tell you, big, not so much big events, but so looking forward to it. I can look at my children who are adults now. I can look at their faces in my mind right now. When it was time to go shopping for certain things, I would take them out before Sukkot, get the branches. I mean, all that. Buying the tent and everything, all that. And it's like, wow. But then the flip side is remembering the Father's long suffering, his tender mercies and his compassion, that we have not been consumed. Because we have walked into an area where death is permissible. I mean, I actually stood in the place that a priest would. Why would I be handling any meat? Talking about I'm going to burn it. Unless this is back in the first time in Mitzrayim. After. Because see, what we're about to read, once he finishes reading this down to verse 14, Moreh, we're going to read right in Torah, where Aharon and his sons are chosen, then where Levi is chosen to assist Aharon, and then we're going to begin to codify the actual system I've been talking about. Because all of this is connected to the land in Jerusalem, but all what? So, Moreh, if you don't mind, because I think, pick it up again if you don't mind, 5 through 14, the Bakasha, please.
Sorry about that, I was muted.
Okay.
And they kept the Passover in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at twilight, in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all Yahuwah commanded Moses, so the people of Israel did.
Can I pause you, Moreh?
Go ahead.
Over the years, I've heard the argument of, see, we ain't got to always be in the land and doing it, because they wasn't in the land. See, that's the proof right there, brother. Yeah. But this is not the last time the mind of Yah is explicitly shared with his people concerning what, when, where, how, and why to do. Yah was in our midst. The tabernacle in the wilderness was in our midst. So everywhere that Yah went in terms of his presence, then all tents had to be rolled up, including the tabernacle. When the presence stopped, pillar of fire, or pillar of cloud, that's where it's time to camp. So everything at that time included Yah in our midst. There's no
you said it.
Anything else. He was in our midst. That's why outside the land, this was allowed. But you know what's interesting, Moreh? There's no evidence. It tells you clearly in the book of Joshua, chapter 5 and 6, that after this in chapter 9, they didn't keep nothing. Remember when they crossed the Jordan in the book of Joshua, Yahushua? And it says, they gotta circumcise the males.
Yeah.
But eating the lamb, the goat, male circumcision was a prerequisite. And it says, none of the males have been circumcised in the wilderness.
That's right.
So that means after this event in Numbers 9, they ain't keep nothing for 40 years in the wilderness, circumcised or uncircumcised. And y'all was in their midst. I mean, a lot of times many of us are looking for the out, the angle, the excuse. Because our agenda is, we're going to do what's right now. Oh, I don't care. Really? Okay. Though we might say, we may not say that with our mouth, our actions demonstrate that. Please go ahead, Moreh. Go like a shot.
Verse 6. And there were certain men who were unclean through touching a dead body, so they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and Aaron on that day. And those men said to him, we are unclean through touching a dead body. Why are we kept from bringing Yahuwah's offering at its appointed time among the people of Israel? And Moses said to them, wait, that I may hear what Yahuwah will command concerning you. Then Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel, saying, if any one of you or of your descendants is unclean through touching a dead body, or is on a long journey, he shall still keep the Passover to Yahuwah. And the second month, on the 14th day, at twilight, they shall keep it. They shall eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it until the morning, nor break any of his bones. According to all the statutes for the Passover, they shall keep it. But if anyone who is clean and is not on a journey fails to keep the Passover, that person shall be cut off from his people because he did not bring Yahuwah's offering at its appointed time. That man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger sojourns among you, and you keep the Passover to Yahuwah according to the statute of the Passover and according to his rule, so shall he do. You shall have one statute, both for the sojourner and for the native.
Now, my markers is getting kind of light here, so forgive me, but I can explain to you if you cannot see it because it's too much glare. There are two criteria for a second month, 14th day sacrifice between the evenings, and then 15th day to the 22nd Feast of Unleavened Bread. The two criteria are being unclean, because you come in contact with a dead body. The second criteria, what was the second criteria, Moreh? Being on a long journey.
Being on a long journey.
So I have a question to everybody who's watching the live stream and you decided to still hang with us a little bit longer, because now we're about to go down the other side of the mountain. Here's the question, Moreh, that I want everybody to think about. So we're in the wilderness, right? Nobody knows. Oh, you still here? I thought I had stopped.
You did. Your camera dropped off, but you good. You good. You good. Go ahead.
Good. Okay. All right. We didn't know at this point how much longer we were going to be in the wilderness. There's no indication. By chapter 9, Yah has not decreed the 40 years yet. Here's my question. Moreh, unclean by virtue of a dead body, right? They couldn't participate first month. On a long journey from where to where?
That's a very good point.
Everybody in the chat room. Long journey from where to where? I mean, long journey from the tabernacle in the wilderness. So they done went on some mission someplace and they can't get back in time. They supposed to be coming into the land sometime soon, so they thought. So they didn't have no understanding about anything like that. This is future. Long journey. Well, brother, what about what Paul did in Acts? He was on a long journey. Yeah, Paul said, I got to make my way back to Jerusalem. Yeah. It's all type of angles that we try to find out or search out to justify what we want to keep doing, even though it's not in sync with what the Father commanded. On a long journey from where to where? That's future tense. For the place that Yah is going to choose out of all our tribes, which we've already read earlier, we know that's in Jerusalem, Jerusalem. So now, follow me to Bamidbar. We're still in Bamidbar, Numbers, chapter 1, 47. Oh, I'm sorry, Exodus, Shemot, chapter 40, 12 through 15. And y'all, please just hang with us a little bit longer. I guarantee you, it'll be worth your while. Shemot, Exodus 40, 12 through 15. Chapter 40, 12 through 15. And please type 1 once you get there. We are in Exodus or Shemot, excuse me, 40, 12 through 15. I think we're still 20 plus seconds on the audio lag, Moreh. I think we're something like that. Looks like.
Yeah, that's consistent.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Moreh. Yeah, because I think they in the mix. Go ahead, you can start that if you don't mind.
Yep. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tent of meeting, and shall wash them with water. And put Aaron the holy and put on Aaron the holy garments, and you shall anoint him and consecrate him, that he may serve me as priest. You shall bring his sons also, and put coats on them, and anoint them, as you had anointed their father, that they may serve me as priests. And their anointing shall admit them to a perpetual priesthood throughout their generations. This Moses did according to all that Yahuwah commanded him, so he did.
So, how would you summarize, Moreh, what we just read? What does that look like to you?
The establishment of the priesthood.
Yes, sir. The word for priest, singular, is Kohen. The word for priest, plural, is Kohanim. So this officiating, notice it said, give me 1 second here. Missed my place. Again, chapter 40. I'm busy talking and writing.
You talk about what we just read?
Yeah, what we just read, chapter 40, 12 through 15.
40, 12 through 16, yeah.
Yeah. Notice it says clearly, brothers and sisters, 15, and you shall anoint them as you did anoint their Abba, that they might minister unto me in the office of Kohanim, for their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Though right now we don't have a functioning, operational on the earth priesthood, descendant verifiable genealogy from Aharon, there's still descendants of Aharon on the planet. As long as you have a tribe of Levi that's still alive, you have descendants of Aharon that are still alive. Maybe they don't even know that's who they are, but that's who they are. So the word singular for priest, Kohen, priest plural, Kohanim. Notice that the priesthood, the Father said for them, will be perpetual. Is everybody following? Okay. Moreh, take us over, if you don't mind, to Numbers, Bamidbar, chapter 1, 47 through 53. Bamidbar, Numbers 1, 47 through 53. We laying some groundwork, brothers and sisters. We're getting this done. Chapter 1, 47. Watch this. This is very, very important. The sons of Aharon have a responsibility for the priesthood and everything that falls under that umbrella. Watch how Yah spells this out for the Levites, or the Leviim.
Numbers 1, verse 47. But the Levites were not listed among them by their ancestral tribe. For Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, only the tribe of Levi you shall not list, and you shall not take a census of them among the people of Israel. But appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, and all of its furnishings, and over all that belongs to it. They are to carry the tabernacle and all its furnishings, and they shall take care of it, and shall camp around the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle is set out, the Levites shall take it down. And when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Levites shall set it up. And if any outsider comes near, he shall be put to death.
Put to death? Okay. Go ahead.
The people of Israel shall pitch their tents by their companies, each man in his own camp, and each man by his own standard. But the Levites shall camp around the tabernacle of the testimony, so that there may be no wrath on the congregation of the people of Israel. And the Levites shall keep guard over the tabernacle of the testimony. Thus, the people of Israel, they did according to all that Yahuwah commanded Moses.
Y'all see that? Notice the author continues to tell us, and they did according to what Yah commanded. So the Levites, their responsibility was the tabernacle. Not sacrifice, but you're going to see in the future, you're going to see a few of them helping the priests, because the priests had not dedicated themselves like the Levites did in a certain time of history. But are you noticing, brothers and sisters, the priesthood, sons of Aharon, and now the Levites, the order is set. The Levites are in charge of all the implements, the pots, the pans, all of that. All of that. There's no way around that. Anything that dealt with Moreh, any type of ritual, ceremonial, anything that required implements used in the tabernacle or temple, the Levites were in charge of that. There's no way around it. Every singular thing Yah has structure, order for. Let's take a look now at chapter 28 of Bamidbar. Told you all we were going to go here. Numbers 28, 1 and 2. Then verses 16 through 24. Numbers 28, Bamidbar, 1 and 2. Okay. Then 16 through 24. I advise you strongly, brothers and sisters, if you've never read all this, to make yourself very comfortable reading it. Get acquainted with all this quickly, because we're responsible for knowing, though we may not be responsible for doing any parts of it. Go ahead, Moreh, please, 1 and 2.
Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, command the people of Israel and say to them, my offering, my food for my offerings, my pleasing aroma, you shall be careful to offer to me at its appointed time.
Okay.
Verse 16.
Did y'all hear that? Meaning everything that falls under this umbrella. The Father specifically offerings, the food for the sacrifices made by fire, things that's going to give a sweet smell and all that. You're responsible for doing that at the appointed time. Moreh is about to skip down. Take us to verse 16 through 24. Watch this now. You all should be very familiar with what's going on now. Go ahead, Moreh.
On the 14th day of the first month is Yahuwah's Passover. On the 14th, excuse me, on the 15th day of this month is a feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. On the first day, there shall be a holy convocation. You should not do any ordinary work, but offer a food offering, a burnt offering to Yahuwah, 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old. See that they are without blemish. Also their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil. 3/10 of an ephah shall you offer for a bull, and 2/10 for a ram. 1/10 you shall offer for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, to make atonement for you. You shall offer these besides the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a regular burnt offering. In the same way, you shall offer daily for 7 days the food of a food offering with a pleasing aroma to Yahuwah. It shall be offered besides the regular burnt offering and its drink offering.
Can I pause you for a second, Moreh?
Absolutely.
Are y'all seeing this? Moreh, did you see that it says that there are certain offerings and sacrifices, whether it be animal or grain or it be wine or something, is made during the 7 days for Chag HaMatzot?
Yes.
I asked the question again as I asked earlier. Do we think the Levites and the priests had to go into their own store, their own stock, and bring us? No, this was the people that had to supply all of this. So all of this is connected. Oh, you still there?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Can you see me? You can hear me?
I can see and hear you. Everything is good. You can continue.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. What was I saying? I didn't get so used to getting interrupted by this thing now.
Yeah.
Every singular day had sacrifices and offerings connected to it. In our day, the only thing we think about Moreh is first day we got to eat herbs and the lamb to goat. We ain't got to eat the bitter herbs after the first day. We ain't got to eat the lamb to goat after the first day. But you sure got to eat that unleavened bread, that matzah for them 7 days. But do you see what else the regular Israelites had to participate in? We had to contribute to all this being brought during the 7 days. Notice it's not saying, and the priests and the Levites, y'all responsible for bringing this and then sacrifice this to people. That's why it says, command the children of Israel and say,
All right, he has dropped off. I'm not sure if it's going to pull back up. The last few times that it has dropped off, it automatically restored this connection. This is a little longer than the last time. Give us 1 second. Hang in there. We're headed towards the finish line. Hang in there. Say something.
Can you hear me? Testing.
I
One,
can
two,
hear you.
three. Okay. And you can see me as well?
I can see you as well. We're live.
Ooh, my goodness. It's all good because, as I said, we're coming down on the other side of the mountain now. So now, everything we just saw is a connection of the children of Israel to additional things that have to be brought during the 7 days of Chag HaMatzot. We're not doing this because for some kind of reason, maybe even using the Messiah's, death and resurrection, we're justifying omitting this from our repertoire. But again, chapter 28, 1 and 2, it says clearly, Moreh, command the children of Israel, saying to them, my offering, the food of my sacrifices, made by fire for a sweet savor unto me, shall you observe to offer to me in their due season. That means Israelites, outside the Levites and the priests, sons of Aaron, are responsible for bringing these things so they can be offered in sacrifice. Does everyone see that? You see that, Moreh? You see how that works?
I do.
So now, where are we? Let me double check. All right.
We're currently in Numbers 28.
Yeah, 28. Let's go to 25 through 31, please.
Oh, verses 25 through 31?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, in chapter 28, 25 through 31. Sorry about that.
Okay. And on the seventh day, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. On the day of the first fruits, when you offer a grain offering of new grain to Yahuwah at your feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work, but offer a burnt offering with a pleasing aroma to Yahuwah. 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, 7 male lambs, a year old. Also their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each bull, 2/10 for 1 ram, a tenth for each of the 7 lambs, with 1 male goat to make atonement for you, besides the regular burnt offering and his grain offering. You shall offer them and their drink offering. See that they are without blemish.
Can you hear me more?
Yes, I can hear
It
you.
looks like your feed is frozen. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's my service or what's going on. It's hard for me to tell. I mean, I've got bars and all that. All right. So we just saw something connected to Feast of Weeks called sacrifices and offerings as well. This is all part of the Feast of Weeks. Again, even in Leviticus 23, because we don't know how to count properly. We're supposed to bring 2 loaves of bread and give it to the priest. When we bake these 2 loaves in 2025, where's the priest be giving this to? Has his genealogy been confirmed? Or is that somebody, a leader of a congregation, or husband, Abba, head of the house, standing in the place of a priest? Can't do that. That is forbidden. That is against what Yah commanded. Remember we read that about the priest's responsibility? Let the stranger who tries to approach it be put to death. He's very serious about trying to stand in the place of the priest. Oh, well, it's just symbolic. No, not in the eyes of Yah. So, chapter 29, verse 12. technically verses 12 through 35, but we're only going to read verse 12 and verse 35. Now, verses 13 through 34 is simply breaking down everything that had to be brought. Day 1 through 7 and was brought on the 8th day of Chag HaSukkot, Feast of Tabernacles. So, Moreh, could you read for them verse 12, then verse 35, please?
Same chapter?
29, chapter 29, sleep out.
29. Verse 12 of chapter 29.
Mm-hmm.
On the 15th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work, and you shall keep a feast to Yahuwah 7 days.
Now,
Drop down to
those
what
that
verse?
name, by now we should know, we don't read every place else in Torah, this is Feast of Tabernacles, Chag HaSukkot. Okay? Verse 35.
Verse 35 reads, on the 8th day, you shall have a solemn assembly. You shall not do any ordinary work.
So between 36 and 40, brothers and sisters, for the sake of not just brevity or time, but to give you an idea, everything in those verses we didn't read is simply the sacrifices, the offerings, the drink offerings, the grain offerings that's brought every singular day by Israelites to the place Yah will choose that have to be offered to Yah as well. Feast of Tabernacles is not just about dwelling in booths for 7 days. This tells you that right here. You must bring X, Y, and Z also. Because if we were obedient, then we would have more than enough that we had harvested. If the way was too far from where we live to the place Yah would choose, we could sell back in the home country, well, not home country, the village, the town, the city, bring the money, come to the place that Yah would choose, repurchase it, and then have it there for all this to be done. But if you have not read Torah, you wouldn't know that. So now, Moreh, let us take them to Devarim chapter 12, shall we?
Yes.
Verse 1 through 14. Oh my goodness.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Absolutely, please.
While we're here speaking about, offerings, sacrifices, you said that the word for sacrifice was zabach, right?
The word, I'm sorry, you went out. The word for what?
The word for sacrifice was zabach?
Yes. Yes. Zebakh. Zebakh.
What is the word for altar?
Altar. The word for altar, Altar, is mizbeach.
Could you explain the correlation between those two for me, please?
Absolutely. So everyone, if you look at the board, and again, the mark I have is not, you can't really see it, but I'm going to try my best. So, Zebakh, Hebraically, the Z is the letter Zayin, the B is the Beit, the KH is the Chet. Mizbeach, you will also have Zayin, Beit, Chet. Mizbeach is the word for altar, letting you know that on the altar, something is being sacrificed. In the context of the Ohel Moed, the tabernacle of the wilderness, or the temple, you had two altars inside, tabernacle of the wilderness and temple. You had the altar for the animals, and you had the incense altar. Even though the incense was not something that was alive, it was being given up or sacrificed. You follow? So now, Mizbeach, that means from the sacrifice. The word for altar is simply letting me know that something on it, an animal, would die. Zebach, remember the lamb? Zivat Pesach, Hula Yahweh. This is the Passover sacrifice of Yahweh. There was no altar or Mizbeach in Israel, but there was an altar by Numbers chapter 9. There's an altar by Deuteronomy chapter 12. And he's going to say something about altars that belong to other nations as we come into the land of Israel. Did that answer that for you, Moreh?
100%. Thank you.
Hallelujah. All right. Oops. I don't know why I'm sitting down. We're in a very strategic place, you all. Devarim chapter 12. Okay. We are reading 1 through 14. Moreh, I'd like you to 1 through 5, if you don't mind, and stop at the end of 5.
Okay. These are
Yes,
the statutes and the rules that you shall be careful to do in the land that Yahuwah your Elohim of your fathers has given you to possess all the days that you live on the earth. You shall surely...
Careful to do it where? I'm sorry, Moreh. Careful to do it where?
In the land that Yahuwah, the Elohim of your fathers, have given you to possess all the days that you live.
So now, everything that follows you all can only be done where? In the land.
Everything that
Go
follows.
ahead, Moreh.
Yeah. You shall surely destroy all the places where the nations whom you shall dispossesses, serve their gods. On high mountains, and on the hills, and under every green tree. You shall tear down their altars and dash in pieces their pillars, and burn their asherim with fire. You shall chop down the carved images of their gods and destroy their name out of that place. You should not worship Yahuwah your Elohim in that way, but you shall seek the place that Yahuwah your Elohim will choose out of all your tribes to put his name and make his habitation there. There you shall go. That was 1 through 5.
Okay. Yeah. You finished 5. Okay, Toda.
Yes.
So now, you all may notice that I'm writing something on the board. I want you to pay close attention to this. I am itemizing various things that we see between verses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So now, verse 1, Yah is quite specific about the location that what follows must be done in the land. In the land of Israel, not in Ghana. I don't care if your map says the kingdom of Judah and it's looking like God is a part of that, and then you consider wherever you are in mainland Africa or the Sahel, sub-Saharan Africa, the true land of Israel, or South Africa, or something else that's floating around in the midst of the children of Israel. That don't work, especially for those of us that have actually been to Israel and lived there. Actually lived there, in the land. In verse 2, utterly destroy all the places where the nations that are going to be put out by you serve their Elohim. Next, names of their gods Elohim destroy out of those places. 4, you shall not do so unto Yahweh your Elohim, in verse 5, but unto the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even to his habitation shall you seek, and there you shall come. You all pause for 1 second, please. All right, I am back. All right. Verse 5 is very, very important, you all. It's quite instructive. Unto the place which Yahweh shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name. Can somebody in the room, well, in the stream, because it says that we have, what is this, 13 people left. Where is that location? Did we read that earlier, Moreh? Did we read 3 or 4 times where it said Yah had chosen Yerushalayim? We read that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can somebody tell me in the stream, is there another location where Yah, out of all our tribes, chose to put his name? Is there another location? Is there a location that's out in the nation somewhere? Your house, your congregational location, you know, this nice trailer park where RV you can park and everything else, and you celebrate the holy days. I get all that. These nice locations where hundreds of us can come. I get all that. How do we explain to those that can read just like we can, Moreh, those that might be, let's say, adhering to our quote-unquote spiritual authority, how do we explain this away? Unto the place that Yah shall choose, there you shall come. What does it say in verse 6, Moreh? Can you read that, please?
It says, and there you shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes, and the contribution that you present, your vow offerings, your free will offerings, and the firstborn of your herd and of your flock. And there you should eat before Yahweh.
I'm sorry, yeah. So, to this place that Yah chooses, sacrifices have to be brought and tithes, right? That's what it said.
That's what it says.
So, Moreh, the lamb that's taken on the 10th day of the first month, kept up to the 14th day, sacrificed lamb or goat, male, 1-year-old, without physical defects, spot or blemish. We read in Torah where Yah called that a sacrifice. Zebach Pesach. Hu la Yahweh. The Passover sacrifice. So the lamb or the goat just cannot arbitrarily be handled any kind of way. The lamb, the goat have to be sacrificed by the priesthood in the place that Yah would choose.
That's an important distinction that you're making there, because sometimes it can be perceived that the Pesach lamb is just a lamb that anyone could kill. It's important that, and that's why I asked about the Zabak and then its relation to the altar, because you already established in here that the priesthood is responsible for those things. So that's a good distinction to make. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When the men, in terms of our feast days outside the land in 2025, and it says that we must appear before the Father, the Father chooses 3 times a year, and we're about to read it in a second, we shall not appear empty. Well, it just said that whatever we're bringing during those 3 times a year to the places outside the land, it says these have to be brought to the place that Yah chooses. We cannot just arbitrarily bring anything 3 times a year to our congregational location or any location that we're renting for our congregation to celebrate Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, and Feast of Tabernacles. It says sacrifice have to be brought and done there. The tithes, or ma'aser, is how you say it. So, can you read 7 through 8? And let's pause at 8 for a second, especially at 8.
Verse 7. And there you should eat before Yahuwah. I'm sorry, what was that? And there you should eat before Yahuwah your Elohim, and you shall rejoice, you and your households, and all you undertake, in which Yahuwah your Elohim has blessed you. You should not do according to all that we are doing here today. Everyone doing whatever is right in his own eyes.
My. Can you hear me, Moreh? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you
I
all
can
hear
hear
me and
you.
see me?
I can see you. Loud. Yep.
All right. Yeah, because I'm seeing the internet service provider is tripping again.
Yeah.
So now, can somebody tell me, what does verse 8 mean to you in the context of everything we've been going over for the past 6 hours? Because Moreh, it is 10:11 here in Ghana. 10:11.
6
Hey,
hours.
this is that important. This is that important.
Jeez.
What do you all see in verse 8? Because you know what it says in Hebrew, Moreh?
What's that?
You shall not do according to all that we have done here by today. Everything that is right in your own eyes. He's not saying on that particular day, in that month, that day of the week, that it's something specific they're doing that in the future you shouldn't do this. He's saying everything that brought about the rebellion in the wilderness, the 40 years of wandering, and any other situation that got us punished, you cannot do any of that. Plus, whatever's right in your own eyes. Are y'all following? You cannot do what is right in your own eyes. You cannot go in, supplant what's written, insert some spiritual mumbo jumbo because it makes sense to you, and then you put the Messiah's name, however you choose to pronounce the Messiah's name, on top of that, feeling like you justified. Yep, I'm going to tell you straight up. All this effort to apply some type of spiritual dynamic that makes it make sense that why we got to do it outside of the provisions, the system, the framework that Yah set up. So he says right there, and it's a long chapter, y'all. Do not do what is right in your own eyes. What does it say, Moreh, at the end, verse 32? Because y'all might remember we went here earlier after Deuteronomy 4, verse 2. But chapter 12, verse 32, what does that say, Moreh?
Chapter 12, verse 32. For some reason, my screen is not allowing me to scroll. There we go. Verse 32. Everything that I command you, you shall be careful to do. You shall not add to it or take from it.
Moreh, how do we justify this? How does one, reading what we're reading in its entirety, how can one justify pushing forward to do what they want to do after what the Father just said? How does that work?
I don't know how you can reasonably do that. Even reading it in English and not seeing the Hebrew behind these things. Like, it's very clear if you understand English. It says these are the statutes and the rules that you shall be careful to do in the land that Yahuwah, the Elohim of your fathers, has given you to possess all the days that you live on the earth. And then he proceeds to name the things that you should be careful to do.
Right.
And then he concludes this chapter by saying, everything that I command you, you should be careful to do, meaning all that was said before it, you should not add to it or take from it. I don't see, and unfortunately, I was one who has been guilty, but I don't see a way to justify it. I don't see any rationale that makes sense to be able to justify what we have done, these things that have been right in our own eyes.
You still here, Moreh?
I'm still here. I see you.
Okay, all right, yeah, because it went black for a second. No, I don't see a rationale. I see no justification. There could only be, you know what? Remember how the last chapter of Shoftim or Judges, last chapter, last verse reads, and because there was no king in Israel, everybody did what was right in their own eyes.
Correct.
I mean, but do we have a king in Israel? I think so. He's never left his throne. Let's go to chapter 16, and we're going to read 1 through 17. And let's itemize this with the people, Moreh. Because see, if there was any question about why we chose the three, here it is right here. The first place the mind of Yah is set forth, revealed to the people about what he requires is Exodus 12, Shemot 12. Then we read 23. I'm sorry, then 13, then 23, then 34. Then Leviticus 23, then Numbers 9, then Numbers 28, then Numbers 29, then Deuteronomy 12. Now here comes Deuteronomy, Devarim 16, 1 through 17. I'm at a loss for anybody that actually can justify doing beyond what this chapter says. Because after this chapter comes what I call Torah in action. Because the book of Yahushua or Joshua comes, and now you see what they've been commanded enacted. Are they in line, or are they outside the boundaries, the parameters? So could you read that if you don't mind, Moreh? We're in chapter 16, you all, verses 1 through 17. Go ahead.
Observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover to Yahuwah your Elohim. For in the month of Abib, Yahuwah your Elohim brought you out of Egypt by night. And you shall offer the Passover sacrifice to Yahuwah your Elohim from the flock or the herd at the place that Yahuwah will choose to make his name dwell there. You shall eat. Yes.
So your verse in verse 2 sounds like mine. I see command. You shall sacrifice the Pesach unto Yahweh of the flock and the herd in the place Yahweh shall choose to place his name there. So reminding us, because this is the last place in Torah, Moreh, that Yah speaks about what he wants done with that lamb, that goat, taken on the 10th day, kept up until the 14th day, right? He calls it again a sacrifice, but now he's clear, unambiguous, there's no way to confuse it. You can only deal with that as a sacrifice in the place that Yah chooses. Did I miss something?
No.
Lamb chop, whole lamb. Stop playing the game. So continue reading if you don't mind. Because watch how he reiterates this, Moreh. This is so interesting. But I guess he's got to repeat himself because he knows what kind of people he's talking to, huh?
Yeah, he's already called the stiff neck by this point.
Oh, please. Oh, yeah. And to wiped out a whole generation.
Yeah. You shall eat you shall eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat it with unleavened bread, the bread of affliction. For you came out of the lands of Egypt in haste, that all the days of your life you may remember the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. No leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory for 7 days, nor shall any of the flesh that you sacrifice on the evening of the first day remain all night until morning. You may not offer the Passover sacrifice within any of your towns that Yahuwah your Elohim has given you. But at the place,
wait a minute, wait.
I kind of figured you're just gonna stop there.
So here is the prohibition. Prohibit. You are not allowed. So I love the way yours reads, better than the KJV. You may not sacrifice the Pesach within any of your towns or the gates, your dwellings, which Yahweh your Elohim gives you. So I can say, well, you know what, Moreh? The place I am living in right now, I believe if I would bless myself, my Isha with, that's out of context. Don't even try, Moreh NuriYahu. This is not the land of Israel. This is not a part of any tribal inheritance. That's the context of that verse right there.
Yeah.
That Yah has given you. You know, when you come into the land, just that and the other, the place that Yah chooses, that's the place that's going to be done. But the place He's going to choose to give you for your tribal inheritance, you can't do it at your house, in your city, in your town, in your village. Why then, Moreh, would it be okay to do it in Chicago, Illinois, or Salt Lake City, Utah, or San Francisco, California?
No, that's not okay.
But now we would have to wax philosophical. There's got to be some type of deep philosophical, spiritual something that allows us to sidestep the letter of the Torah for the spirit of the Torah, my brother. Because you know the letter kills, but the spirit gives life, right? So, I mean, it seems like we're monkey wrenching somebody's plans. Nope. We've been doing it wrong, and it's time to adjust. It's time to get in perfect alignment with the Father to the best of our ability. That's what we're advocating. Period. Period.
Hallelujah.
Because, I mean, how many places, Moreh, where this is personal to God?
Yeah.
It should be.
You dropped off, but I see you.
Yes, sir. Still here. It's all good. You can hear me, Moreh? You can see me?
I can hear you. I can see you.
Gotcha, gotcha. Let's just move on. 6 through 17.
6 through 17.
And actually,
Okay.
6 through 7 is something very important in verse 7 that we must talk about. Go ahead, Moreh. 6 through 7.
Okay. But at the place that Yahuwah your Elohim will choose to make his name dwell in it, there you shall offer the Passover sacrifice. In the evening at sunset, at the time you came out of Egypt. And you shall cook it and eat it at the place that Yahuwah your Elohim will choose. And in the morning you shall turn to go to your tents.
Let's pause. Now, Moreh, I want you to think for a second. Now, you've read verse 7 before, right?
I have.
I'm sure many times. And you shall turn in the morning and go into your tents. That's because, is it this simple? If you were somewhere in the far south of the land, or east, west, or north, you're down there by the 10th day, you do something on the 14th day, you have 7 days to be doing something else. You are celebrating the Feast of Unleavened Bread at the place that Yah chose. You're not celebrating any part of it back at your home. So when it says, at the place you choose, you're going to have it roasted, you're going to eat it there, and then you're going to go to your tents in the morning. Because all of everything else is transpiring at the place that Yah chose. So the entire nation, Moreh, is coming to Jerusalem. The entire nation can't be put up at a hostel or a hotel or an inn, they got to bring their own accommodations. So that's what I'm saying. Once you do all that and it gets sacrificed and y'all eat it, the places y'all set your tents up, that's in Jerusalem, go on back there, because y'all gonna be here for 7 more days. Did you catch it?
Yes.
Hallelujah. All right, wrapping this up, Moreh, if you could, 8 through 17, please.
All right. For 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a solemn assembly to Yahuwah your Elohim. You shall do no work on it. You shall count 7 weeks. Begin to count 7 weeks from the time the sickle is first put to the standing grain. Then you shall keep the Feast of Weeks to Yahuwah your Elohim with the tribute of a free will offering from your hand, which you shall give as Yahuwah your Elohim blesses you. And you shall rejoice before Yahuwah your Elohim, you and your son and your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, the Levite who within your towns, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are among you, at the place that Yahuwah your Elohim will choose to make his name dwell there. You should remember that you were a slave.
So he didn't choose another place already?
No. He only chose one place.
So he continues with this theme. Right. Feast of Weeks is at the same location, right? Ain't that something? All those people, same location, even though it's a one-day event out the entire year. Mm-hmm. All right, verse 12, Moreh, if you don't mind.
You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you should be careful to observe these rites. You shall keep the Feast of Booths 7 days. When you have gathered in the produce from your threshing floor and your winepress, you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter, your male servant and your female servant, the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are within your towns. For 7 days you shall keep the feast to Yahuwah your Elohim at the place that Yahuwah will choose, because Yahuwah your Elohim will bless you in all your produce and all the work of your hands, so that you will be altogether joyful. 3 times a year, all your males shall appear before Yahuwah your Elohim at the place that he chose, at the Feast of Unleavened Bread, at the Feast of Weeks, and at the Feast of Booths. They shall not appear before Yahuwah empty-handed. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Yahuwah your Elohim that he has given
you. How can we summarize Deuteronomy 16, Moreh, would you say?
A short summary would be that on these 3 feasts and on this particular sacrifice that's known as Pesach, these things are to be done and everything pertaining to them at the place that the Father will choose, that we know, having the entirety of the book, is Jerusalem.
Okay. Right now, for you all who are still in the stream, live stream with us, we have read everything in Torah except certain other areas of details which you should on your own take it upon yourself to read. But Moreh, we've just read every place in Torah, topical, and even other areas that give color commentary. What we read from Exodus 12, Shemot 12, Deuteronomy chapter 16 is the precedent. Then the final place where the mind of Yah is expressed to his people before we enter the land is Deuteronomy chapter 16. Can somebody tell me, what do you see? What do you see? Moreh.
Yes.
Remember when you said, you shared when you did the presentation with your family?
Yeah.
Who was it? Is that Hoshea or is it Micah that talks about, you know, the roads to Jerusalem are desolate, they're empty, the feasts are not being kept? You remember what that is?
Yeah, I believe that was Jeremiah chapter 2. You want me to look it up?
Please. But it's another place as well. I thought it was Micah.
Yeah, I mean,
I could be wrong.
We have it mentioned in Zechariah 3:18. We have it mentioned in Lamentations chapter 1 and Lamentations chapter 2. We have mentions of it in Hosea chapter 9. We have like 3-4 different places in Hosea where it speaks to this.
Yes.
The one in particular that you're referencing about the roads being empty to Zion is definitely, I believe, is Jeremiah 2. But let me look.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, not Jeremiah. Lamentations chapter.
Lamentations 1.
Chapter 1. Yes, Lamentations 1. And you can read 1. We can read 1 through 4, but verse 4 specifically references.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like me to read that?
You want to read that? You want me to read?
You can read it if you're already there.
Okay, yeah, I'm there already.
Okay.
All right. Lamentations in Hebrew is spoken as Echad. How? How does the city sit solitary that was full of people? How was she become as a widow? She that was great among the nations and princess amongst the provinces, how has she become tributary? She weeps sore in the night. Her tears are on her cheeks. Among all her lovers, she has none to comfort her. All her friends have dealt treacherously with her. They are become her enemies. Yehuda is gone into captivity because of affliction and because of great servitude. She dwells among the heathen. She finds no rest. All her persecutors overtook her between the straits. The ways of or to Zion do mourn, because none comes to the solemn feast. All her gates are desolate. Her priests sigh. Her virgins are afflicted. She is in bitterness. What does that mean? None comes to her solemn feast. Because there is no temple, you all. The temple was destroyed in 586 by the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar. You still here, Moreh?
I'm still here.
Because it's like it's freezing up a little bit. Okay. Yep. And see, there are, because brothers and sisters have posted something in the live stream, there are multitudes of places that I'm aware of, but those are simply confirming, as a result of our disobedience to Torah, that going into captivity, temple destroyed, nothing was being celebrated. Nothing was being celebrated. That's why I brought the whole thing up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show Daniel, Daniel chapter 10, if we can. Verse 1. Chapter 10, verse 1, 2, and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 10, Daniel, 1, 2, and 3. I posed the question earlier, is there any biblical evidence? Is there any historical evidence, archaeological, from the people that enslaved us, took us into captivity? Babylonians, Medes, Persians. Does their history say that there was evidence that we kept these things outside the land of Israel? Watch this. So we're in Daniel chapter 10, 1, 2, and 3. I'll read that. You there, Moreh?
I'm here.
All right. In the 3rd year of Koresh or Cyrus, king of Paras, a thing was revealed unto Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar. And the thing was true, but the time appointed was long, and he understood the thing, and had understanding of the vision. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning 3 full weeks. 3 full weeks, 3 times 7 is 21 days, huh?
Yeah.
Verse 3. I ate no pleasant bread, neither did flesh nor wine come into my mouth, neither did I anoint myself until the 3 whole weeks were fulfilled. So Daniel is saying he ate no food, ate no bread, okay, no flesh. We know unleavened bread must be eaten for 7 days, right? We know lamb, goat is commanded, kept up, secured on the 7th day, kept up to the 14th day sacrifice. This man is saying for a 3-week period, he didn't do that. But Moreh, what date, what time of the month, what date was it? Verse 4 says, in the 24th day of the 1st month, as I was by the side of the great river, which is Kedekel. So now, Daniel, if we do basic math, has already stated before he's saying this is the 24th day of the 1st month, Daniel said for 21 days, 3 weeks, he didn't eat nothing. Does everyone see that? So if we subtract 21 from 24, that gives us the 3rd day of the 1st month, or Ha'abib. So it appears, Moreh, I don't know how else to look at this. It appears that Daniel, who is called by the Malik messenger, angel Gabriel, in verse 11, a man greatly beloved by Yah, it appears this greatly beloved by Yah man did not keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Yeah, that's by the math. Yeah.
Unless I'm missing something. That's what it's saying. Do you all see that? Or is this something we're making up? I mean, we've been read how many times over the past 5, 6 hours? 14th day, sacrifice lamb goat. 15 days, 7 days, Feast of Unleavened Bread. The man said he didn't eat nothing. So all of a sudden, this righteous man does not keep the feast. No, it's because they were not being kept outside the land of Israel. Again, my challenge is find some place where it was kept outside the land of Israel. And lo and behold, there's one place, Moreh, it's called Elephantine Island in Egypt. Elephantine Island in Egypt. Let me see if I can pull this article up. All right. You can still hear me and see me, Moreh?
I can still hear you. I can still see you. While you're pulling that article up, I just want to point out,
beautiful,
when we talk about the math for the timeline, If you subtract the 21 days for the 3 weeks, you end up on the third day of Abib. If you start on the first day of Abib and you go 21 days, you're still passing Pesach, and you'll be ending up right around the end of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So either way, he didn't keep Pesach. He didn't do what the instructions would have said, and there's a reason he didn't do it, and it's because they couldn't.
Exactly. But nonetheless, Moreh, he's still called by Gabriel himself a man greatly beloved by Yah.
Okay. Yes, Moreh.
You see? So I want you all to look this up on your own. It's a place called Elephantine Island. It's spelled Elephantie Island. I'm going to read this to you. It's entitled, the article is entitled, Israelites Who Returned to Egypt. 8 centuries after Moshe led the children of Israel from Egypt, an Israelite community thrived on Elephantine Island, a small isle on the Nile in southern Egypt near present-day Aswan. Archaeologists date the origin of the Elephantine Israelite community to the dispersion and the exiles of the children of Israel from ancient Egypt following the destruction of the first temple in 586 before the Common Era. Almost everything we know about this interesting chapter of Israelite exilic or life in exile comes from a discovery by American Egyptologist Charles Edwin Wilbur in 1893 of a large collection of scrolls known as the Elephantine papyri, dating back to antiquity. 8 of these papyri and many related artifacts were on view in 2004 at the Skirville Cultural Center of Los Angeles in a major exhibit titled Israelite Life in Ancient Egypt, a Family Archive of the Nile Valley. 500 years older than the Dead Sea Scrolls, the papyri provide historical information about marriage, labor conditions, real estate, religion, and burial among the Israelites of Elephantine in the 5th century before the Common Era. This, brothers and sisters, is around the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. Okay, watch this. They are a fascinating reflection of the biblical accounts given in 2 Kings and Jeremiah that Israelites from the tribe of Yehudah returned to Egypt after the destruction of the temple of Melech Shlomo, or King Solomon. Having seen the Jerusalem temple destroyed, the Elephantine Israelites built a new temple in which they burned incense, performed animal sacrifice, and worshiped the Elohim of Abraham. As the papyri indicates, the Israelites of Elephantine observed the Sabbath and the Feast of Matzah, Passover in quotations, like their modern counterparts. However, they also worshiped secondary gods and borrowed many sacred rituals from their Egyptian and Persian neighbors with whom they lived in multicultural harmony. I'm sure they were in multicultural harmony because they were in rebellion to Yah. Astonishingly well preserved, the papyri are written in Aramaic and belong to an official of the temple named Ananiah. They are filled with details about his wife Tamut, an Egyptian slave, and their son and daughter Palti and Yehoshua. Wait a minute, did everybody hear what I just said? Moreh, did you hear what I just read? Israelites built a temple.
Yes.
As they fled from the Babylonians. Yah told NuriYahu to tell them, humble yourself to the king of Babylon. He might let you stay in the land, which some did, the poor of the land to work the land. The rest he gonna take. He said, but you will be taken and live to return. He said, but if you read the upper chapters of NuriYahu, you who are fleeing to Egypt, you will never see your native land again. History states those Israelites, Moreh, went to Egypt, right, and built their own temple, start making their own sacrifices, keeping the holy days. It says specifically Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread. Is that allowed in Torah? Is Egypt the place that Yah chose out of all our tribes to place his name? Or is that the place he delivered us from slavery from? Isn't it astounding?
Yeah.
That they had the audacity to claim that they were still serving Yahweh, Eloheha, the Elohim of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Israel. Deceived, seduced. Y'all wonder what spirit that was. Ain't no question, huh? So, wrapping this up, can we take them all right to John, Gospel of John, Yehochanan, chapter 4, verse 1. Can everybody still hear me? You can still hear me and see me, Moreh?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Beautiful, beautiful. What did you think about that article, those excerpts I read, Moreh? What was your thoughts about those? Assuming you had any.
I think they're insightful. In reality, they're right in line with what we normally would do. And what I mean by that is we are always, as a people, in rebellion to Yah. And we are always doing things, lusting after our own hearts and desires, whether it's via zeal, I'm guilty, or ignorance, or just acculturation. We are trying to establish things and do things because we say we want to please the Father, while always operating, or have this tendency to operate outside of what Torah establishes. This is us. We attach his name to many things that is not of him. It is no different than what happened with the golden calf. It is no different. And Moshe went up that mountain. It's like the parent was away. And he went up that mountain, and those people came to Aaron, and he submitted to their desires. He took the gold, fashioned the calf, and then say, these are your gods who brought you out of Egypt, establishing or placing onto them what Yah did, and then says, tomorrow we will feast to Yahuwah, putting his name on the feast that for these calves that they created. Like this is what we do. It's no surprise. It's only surprising how we have this. We ascribe to being awakened, and we have not fully returned to the things that we can do. And in this case, this means abandon the things that we may want to do, but shouldn't do because it's outside of his parameters. But this is us.
Right? That is the truth. Plain and simple. I posed a question, Moreh, middle of last week that nobody answered on my Facebook page, and I'm not surprised because I guess people are not even thinking along these lines. But I asked the question, are we aware that Yahushua HaMashiach himself spoke about a time that was going to come where structural, ceremonial, ritual worship at the place that Yah chose out of all our tribes to put his name there, that would come to an end. I posted, nobody said anything. I don't even know if folk read it, whatever. Let's take a look at this. Does everyone remember who was still here from earlier? We read about two mountains, Mount or Har Ebal, the mountain of cursing, Har Gerizim, the mountain of blessing. So in John Yehochanan chapter 4, we are going to read verses 1 through, well, technically, just follow my lead. Chapter 4, verse 1. When therefore the master knew how the Pharisees heard that he had made and baptized more disciples than Yehochanan, though Yahushua himself did not baptize or immerse, but his Talmudim disciples, he left Yehuda and departed again into the Galil or the Galilee. And he needed to go through Shomron or Samaria. Then he came to a city of Shomron or Samaria called Shechem or Shechem, but they put a place, the name we call Sychar. That's not biblical. Near the parcel of ground that Yaakov gave to his son Yosef. 6. Now the well of Yaakov was there. Yahushua, therefore, being weary with his journey, sat upon the well, and it was about the 6th hour, that means 12 noon. Then there came a woman of Samaria to draw water. Yahushua said unto her, give me to drink. For his Talmudim disciples were going away into the city to buy food. Then said the woman of Samaria unto him, how is it that you, being an Israelite, are asking of me, a woman of Samaria? For the Israelites have no dealings with the Samaritans. Now, I don't know what people have read before Moreh, but in 2 Kings chapter 17, we see clearly kings of Ashur or Assyria in different stages and waves coming to take the majority of the 10 tribes to the north into captivity. They didn't take them all. They left the poor. Typically, that was the modus operandi of an encroaching kingdom when they conquered us. Leave the poor of the land to farm, work the land, and then bring their people in. So Israelites were left. The people that had been now imported, other people from other nationalities, from the countries that the Assyrians had conquered, they ultimately mixed with genetic Israelites, those that are left up in the north, and you have a mixed people called the Samaritans. Did you all ever wonder why Israelites had problems with the Samaritans in those days? Read 2 Kings chapter 17. It'll tell you everything you need to know. But check this out. So now, 10 says, Yahushua answered and said unto her, if you knew the gift of Elohim and who it is that is saying to you, give me to drink, you would have asked of him, and he would have given you living water. So now there's an interaction back and forth. I want this living water. Go get your husband. I ain't got no husband. You're right. You didn't have 5. And the one you got now ain't your husband. Sir, it's clear you a prophet. Okay. Skip down. Verse 19. We're going to read 19. Okay. Through 21. And here we go. The woman said unto him, Master, I perceive that you are a prophet. Our fathers worshiped upon this mountain, and you Israelites say that in Jerusalem is the place where people ought to worship. So, Moreh, when you look at verse 20, in light of everything we just read over the past 6+ hours, and brothers and sisters, please follow me with this exercise we're about to participate in. So, Moreh, when you read verse 20 in the context of everything we just read, clearly we read that the Father chose Jerusalem. Yeah. It's not that you had to come to Jerusalem and worship Yah every day of your life, but there's certain things that Yah commanded that could only be in Jerusalem, the place that Yah did choose out of all our tribes to cause his name to be called from there. The place that Shlomo built was called by Yah's name, meaning it belonged unto him. If my people who are called by my name, that simply means ownership. The children of Israel belong unto him. That land is his land. So the woman said, you Israelites say that Jerusalem is the place where people are to worship. No, woman. Formal, ritual, ceremonial worship that deals with the temple, then the priesthood and the Levites assisting them, those things in Torah that Yah specifically says, like what we read today, can only be done there. That's what the woman is talking about. Does everybody know that? I want to read something to you all from another article. The article is entitled, it's from Biblical Archaeology Society. She said, our fathers worshiped on this mountain. Did you all know that in the days of Nehemiah, NuriYahu, and Ezra, there was a man, look it up for yourself, it's in Nehemiah, called Sanballat. Sanballat. He had a relative that Nehemiah and NuriYahu kicked out of the temple precincts. And he went, Sanballat, and he's the one that built a temple on Mount Gerizim that was in competition with the temple that was being rebuilt in the days of Ezra and Nehemiah. I'm going to read to you all from this website. Again, it's from biblicalarchaeology.org. It is called The Temple on Mount Gerizim in Biblical Archaeology. Although it is not possible to identify every ritual that took place at ancient temples, Anne Katrine de Hemmer-Gutme of the University of Copenhagen has reconstructed some that may have occurred at the temple on Mount Gerizim. In her article, Reactivating Remembrance, Interactive Inscriptions from Mount Gerizim, published in July, August, September, October 2019 issue of Biblical Archaeology Review, she investigates the inscriptions found at Mount Gerizim Temple. Although the Mount Gerizim Temple isn't mentioned in the Bible, worship on Mount Gerizim is mentioned in John 4:19-24, where Yahushua speaks to the Samaritan woman. During their conversation, she asked whether people should worship at Gerizim or Jerusalem. The woman said to him, quote, Master, I see that you are a prophet. Our fathers worshipped on this mountain, but you Israelites say that the place where people must worship is in Jerusalem. From this passage in the Bible and other historical texts, we see that the Samaritans viewed Mount Gerizim as their primary place of worship. Archaeological evidence shows that a temple was built on Mount Gerizim around 450 BCE during the Persian period. That's in the days of NuriYahu, Nehemiah, and Ezra. The temple complex was expanded during the Hellenistic period around 200 BCE, and it functioned until the time that the Maccabees destroyed it in the 2nd century or 110 BCE. Therefore, the omission of the Mount Gerizim temple in the New Testament isn't surprising, since the temple was destroyed long before the New Testament was written. Since the first temple of Mount Gerizim dates to the Persian period, we might expect a reference to it in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Tanakh, such as the book of Nehemiah and NuriYahu. So, let me come back to this page. Did you all hear that? There was a temple that her people, her ancestors did worship at. But they knew clearly that Israelites had to come for all ceremonial, rites, rituals, that type of structured worship that the priesthood assisted by the Levites were in charge of, and then the 3 times a year. Are y'all following? So now, can you hear me, Moreh? You can still hear me and see me? You good?
Yes, perfectly fine.
All right. I'm going to read this again. Read 20 and 21. And I want you all to tell me what you think now has just been said. Our fathers worshipped upon this mountain, and you Israelites say that in Jerusalem is the place where people are to worship. No, that's where Yah told us to bring those particular things and come 3 times a year. 21. Yahushua said unto her, Woman, believe me, the hour is coming, I mean yet future, when you shall neither upon this mountain nor even at Jerusalem worship the Father. Moreh, what do you think he's saying in verse 21? What do you think is being said, you all?
I would say that he's saying that if they're not going to worship where they are or in Jerusalem, but the only time you're not going to worship in Jerusalem is if no temple is in existence. That's the only time you're not going to worship there. That's what I would say he's saying. So he's saying that the temple is going to be destroyed.
That's what he's saying. Now, ain't that a kick in the head? So, can we turn for proof of what Moreh just said? Let's turn to Luke 19, okay, verse 28. Luke 19, verse 28. Yahushua specifically is in a city called Jerusalem. Okay? Luke 19, 28. All right. Then we're going to read 41 through 44, same chapter. So Luke 19, 28, then 41 through 44. Moreh, could you read verse 28 for us, please?
And when he said these things, he went on ahead, going up to Jerusalem. And what verse?
Remember everybody earlier where it said, no, hold on a second. Remember Moreh, when we read earlier where he said, you ain't got to worry about your houses, nothing like this. When you go up, when you go up, remember that? Jerusalem is on the mountaintop, you all. I've seen it numerous times, physically, my own eyes been there. So we see Yahushua going up the mountain, heading towards Jerusalem. Moreh, verses 41 through 44, please. 41 through 44.
And when he drew near and saw the city, he wept over it, saying, would that you,
Jerusalem,
even you,
looking at,
had known on this day the things that make for peace, but now they are hidden from your eyes. For the days will come upon you when your enemies will set up a barricade around you and surround you and hem you in on every side and tear you down to the ground, you and your children within you, and they will not leave one stone upon another in you, because you did not know the time of your visitation.
So what we're looking at, listening to, is Yahushua is prophesying about the siege of the city by Titus and by Vespasian, the father of Titus, the Roman general, in 66 Common Era. Okay. Next we see Vespasian is called to Rome because I believe the emperor was Caligula. He died. Vespasian becomes Caesar. His son Titus, now in the besieging of the city between 66 to 70 AD, surrounds the city. You can read the Wars of the Jews by Flavius Josephus or Yosef ben NuriYahu, because he was an Israelite, but he became a Roman general. Everything you see Yahushua saying right here in the Wars of the Jews, it is attested to that this is exactly what happened. And they were able to conquer us because there was great division in our midst. So it's not just the city, go to Luke 21, 5 through 6, that it says it's going to be laid to the ground, no stone left upon another. But if the city's going to be destroyed, then that means the temple is going to be destroyed. So now 66 Common Era gives way to 70 Common Era or AD. Luke 21, 5 through 6. And what do we see happening? Could you read that for us, Moreh?
Yes. And while some were speaking of the temple, how it was adorned with noble stones and offerings, he said, as for these things that you see, the days will come where there will not be one stone upon another that will not be thrown down.
That can be verified in history by happening in 70 Common Era or 70 AD. So now, let's bring this whole thing together. So it tells us clearly, if I'm not mistaken, Moreh, further down in the same chapter, Luke, let's take a look at verses 20 through 24. Because I bear witness, I submit to you that where we are right now throughout the world is the result of what we're about to read. Luke 21, 20 through 24. Go ahead. Can you read that, please, Moreh?
Yes. But when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then you know that its desolation has come near. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let those who are inside the city depart, and let not those who are out in the country enter it. For these are days of vengeance, to fulfill all that is written. At last, for women who are pregnant, and for those who are nursing infants in those days. For there will be great distress upon the earth, and wrath against this people. They will fall by the edge of the sword, and be led captive among all nations, and Jerusalem will be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled.
I got a question, Moreh. As we speak right now, winding this up, in August 31st, the last day of the Gentile month called August in the year of their Lord, 2025, is Jerusalem under the control of the true biblical children of Israel? Or is Jerusalem, as we speak, under the control of the Gentiles, of the nations?
It is under the control of the Gentiles.
But it also says in verse 23 that what will be coming upon us about 30 plus years later would be wrath upon this people. What people? That all things that are written must be fulfilled. What was written? Led away captive, says it right there, verse 24. Proof that nobody's captivity started in 1619. The final worldwide dispersion captivity started between 66 and 70 AD. Led away captive into all nations. So where we are right now, corporately, because there are many Israelites that live in the land of Israel, many of which I know in different parts of Israel, even Israelites from all parts of the world. So if the nation at large is still among the nations, and they're not in the land, and there is no temple in 2025, how can Israel in the diaspora claim it has authority to keep the Chagim, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Tabernacles, when everything we see that's required for that, nothing is in place? Did you want to add anything else, Moreh? I'm about to pass out. It's after 11 o'clock. It's been a long day.
No, I mean this was very comprehensive. And the reality is there's technically still more that could be said on this topic. That does not bode in favor of keeping these things without the infrastructure in place, keeping these things without the parameters. It does not bode in favor of that. So there are things, and all of this that was brought out, it was heavily centered on what's in Torah. And if we are keepers of Torah, if we are to guard Torah, then there's enough just in there to show us how we've been out of order. But we've already established where his name was, and all of these other scriptures. There's nothing else I have to say. Not today, anyway. Maybe maybe in a recap video, but I don't really have anything else to say. If anyone has any questions, they could begin to post their questions into the chat. But this was 7 hours of scriptures. That's a lot. It's a lot.
7 hours, Moreh. It is 11 minutes after 11, in which meantime here in Ghana. We started after 4.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters and brothers, Achim, Achayot, Zechnim, elder brothers, elder sisters, non-Israelites who are Torah obedient. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Any questions? And hallelujah. Thank you for those of you who grinded through this long, comprehensive presentation. That says a lot about you if you were able to stand this long. That says a lot about you and your heart's desire for accuracy in the text. Moreh, you have a question in the chat. It says, "Are we still under the?" You see it?
Yeah, I see it. Are we still under the order of Aharon or under the order of Melchizedek? Now, I have to have a certain context with that. If you look in the book of Jubilees, okay, Melchizedek was the name of one man, but then that man's name was devoted to a full priesthood. So you had various priests from the order of Melchizedek before the flood, okay, and then a Melchizedek after the flood that we see that our father Abraham met. So what I do know for a fact is this: the system of sacrifice that's supposed to bring forgiveness of sin, Yah himself destroyed that. Us going into captivity had nothing to do with Yah bringing that system to a full stop halt, period. No matter if Jews build a temple and want to start the sacrificial system, we have in the life, death, and resurrection of Yahushua HaMashiach, as is written in John chapter 1, his cousin Yahochanan, John, referred to him as the Lamb of Elohim. So through the shed blood of Yahushua the Messiah, we have forgiveness of sins that we stop doing, that we turn away from. So I'm going to stop right there because I did some study years ago, the whole order of Melchizedek thing. We have to be very careful with that because many people, when they read that in the New Testament, they try to make Yahushua the member of some order where there's a certain type of priesthood that exists, if you follow my meaning. Okay.
Says, did we have the system of Mishnah before the 1st century Talmudim?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. That system was only codified after the 1st century and called the Talmud. But that system was alongside the written Torah coming off the mountain from what I have read. Now, I've never read in Torah or Tanakh, but it always goes back to there's some co-system with the written Torah that by the time Ezra, the priest and scribe, comes on the scene, they simply further codify, if you will, that. So by the time you see traditions of the elders, this, with the additions that were added after Ezra and them came back, this is allegedly that system that is codified before what is called the Talmud. Allegedly. I've read different things over the years. I've seen so many commentaries, one way or the other. I can't say for sure, but I know that there was a verbal written system that existed in the days of Yahushua HaMashiach that was in competition with not only exactly what Yah said, but what he meant. And this is what Yahushua castigated and said, by that tradition system, you are disobeying the Torah of Elohim.
There's another question in there. It says,
Yep,
is the order, you see it? Okay.
Okay. Well, this is what I would offer about that. Right now, any physical priesthood that is advocating any type of animal sacrifice would seek to nullify the sacrifice of Hamashiach himself. Okay? So now, we will see in the days of Abraham and Bereshit, Melchizedek. It said it was the Kohen of El Ha-Elyon, the Most High El. So Abram gave him eyes, just that whole thing. Again, I don't want to confuse people. I've read a lot about this. But when it talks about the priesthood of Aharon, remember, Olam, based on the context, doesn't mean forever as it means in the rest of the world. So there are descendants of Aharon, I'm sure, on the scene right now. But because Yah destroyed the system, as we read Hebrews, Ibrim, the blood of bulls and goats did nothing to the changing of the mind, the spirit of the bringer of the sacrifice, or else the bringer would have stopped bringing it. So, his priesthood, that of Aharon, did have an end. I don't have, outside the sacrifice that Mashiach made of himself, I have no awareness, no knowledge of a need for a continual sacrifice that he's got to make on our behalf, holding him up to continue reproach. Yeshua said, by continuing to sin after receiving the knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains any sacrifice for our sins, but for a fearful awaiting of judgment coming from the Father by disobeying Torah. That's the best way I can answer that.
And that question was for those who can't see this or who might watch this later, and that question will not be displayed. It said, is the order of Aharon done away with? In Shemot 40 and 15, the word olam is used, which according to the teaching would mean that the priesthood would have an end. Correct. And that's what Moreh NuriYahu was replying to.
Absolutely. Yah himself brought the priesthood of Aharon to an end, though the descendants of Aharon would exist today. Now, how many are where, I have no idea, obviously. Are there any additional questions, brothers and sisters? Before
I have one. So if the priesthood,
go ahead.
If the priesthood of Aharon is done away with, does this open the door? Does this open the door for anyone to participate and these codified feasts that we see in Torah if the priesthood is done away with?
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you see me, Moreh?
Yeah, I can see you. I can see you and hear you.
Okay. All right. I didn't hear any of your question. It went down right when you started talking.
I said if the priesthood concerning Aaron and his sons is at an end, does that allow or make it permissible to then proceed to keep these codified feasts in Torah?
Absolutely not. Let's go to Numbers 18. So we can see exactly what Yah spelled out is the unique purview responsibility, umbrella of authority of Aharon and his sons. Numbers 18. Can just anybody stand in the stead of Aharon and his sons? Absolutely not. And actually, the penalty for trying to do that, Moreh, is death. But we're about to read it ourselves.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, Moreh, could you read verses 1 through 7 and then Midbar chapter 18, the Bakashah?
Okay. So Yahuwah, excuse me. So Yahuwah said to Aaron, "You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear iniquity connected with the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear iniquity connected with your priesthood."
Pause right there if you can, Moreh.
Okay.
When you look up the word iniquity, the word in Hebrew is awon. This is saying, Aharon, you and your sons, if you allow anybody to violate the provisions, any statute, any ordinance, anything connected to the commandments under your umbrella of responsibility with the tabernacle, you will bear the responsibility or the sin of what you allow. That's why it says, bear the iniquity of your priesthood, bear the iniquity of the sanctuary. Remember, Levi, Yah had them camped around and said to protect the Ohel Moed, remember? Okay? Look at verse 2. Go ahead.
"And with you bring your brothers also, the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, that they may join you and minister to you while you and your sons with you are before the tent of the testimony."
So back to the question, Moreh.
Yes.
Notice now, it's not just Aharon performing duties, it's the Levites assisting Aharon and his sons.
Yep.
You couldn't have, with the temple or the tabernacle in the wilderness, you couldn't just have the Levites and no priests. We see Ezra, when they're leaving Shushan, which is under the Persian Empire at that particular point in terms of their authority, we see they didn't leave with enough priests. They stopped at this particular place along the way to Israel, and they picked up members of the priesthood. They wanted to make sure, he was stocked with sons of Aharon, by genealogy, sons of Levi. And the Levites, the whole thing was broken down into, it was 3 or 4 groupings, Kohath, Merari, and Gershon, 3 groups. So Levites to assist the Kohanim. All of the Kohanim are Levites, but all Levites are not Kohanim or priests. Go ahead, Moreh, if you could. 3.
"They shall keep guard over you and over the whole tent, but shall not come near to the vessels of the sanctuary or to the altar, lest they and you die." They shall jump.
You see what the Bible is saying? He's saying even Levites can't step out of their commanded role. Because if you allow them, you and your sons, you gonna die, and the Levites gonna die. Did you see that, Moreh?
I did.
All right, please go ahead.
They shall join you and keep guard over the tent of meeting for all the service of the tent, and no outsider shall come near you. And you
So
shall
back to the
keep.
question. Your question was, Moreh, Aharon, priesthood, can somebody just step in and do their thing? It says, no stranger shall come near unto you. That means approaching any of the duties of the office, the duties that Yah has spelled out specifically for Aharon. Nobody, not even the regular Levite, could approach that. This is not talking about non-Israelite. This is talking about the Israelite from any of the other tribes could not even approach it. Period. Go ahead. Verse 5.
And you shall keep guard over the sanctuary and over the altar, that there may never again be wrath on the people of Israel. And behold, I have taken your brothers, the Levites, from among the people of Israel. They are a gift to you, given to Yahuwah to do service of the tent of meeting. And you and your
Tent of
son.
meeting, tabernacle of congregation, is replaced by the temple. So all the duties that you see them performing with the tabernacle of meeting, Ohel Moed, they do the same thing when the temple is built. Nothing changes. It's just now this is an etched in stone standard place where all this takes place. Go ahead, Moreh, please.
And you and your sons with you shall guard your priesthood for all that concerns the altar and all that is within the veil, and you shall serve. I give your priesthood as a gift, and any outsider who comes near shall be put to death.
There's your answer right there, Moreh. No way possible. Israelite from another tribe, somebody from another nationality, it says, the stranger that comes near to try to do any of that, because I've given the service to you as a gift, they shall be put to death. Did that answer your question, Moreh?
It was very informative. It didn't quite answer it. One of the components of the question was under the idea that the priesthood is done away with. And it sort of goes off the guy Yahuel in the chat. He put in there sort of like a follow-up saying that if Messiah's sacrifice covered all sin and sacrificial offerings, then to observe a memorial meal wouldn't be sin, if I understand it right. So what's he saying, and sort of what my question was, is if the priesthood did away with all sacrifices, does this now make it permissible for anyone to do those things? Because the priesthood
We were told clearly that you cannot add or take away. So my question is, what is a memorial meal outside every provision, every aspect of what Yah commanded to do, the where, the when, the how? How do we extricate a memorial meal from everything we read about the where, the when, the how, and who is supposed to do it? How do we do that? That's what I would like somebody to explain to me. I'm going to put the onus on the question, the person who asked the question. There is no wiggle room that I see. Memorial meal, that sounds to me like some addition. What is memorialized is the story of what Yah did to and for us, period. But the way the Father set it up, there is no way to extricate a meal from the ordinances, the statutes, the rituals. There's no way to do that. If it is, please show me. I've not seen it.
I'll give him an opportunity to type in there if he has a follow-up to what you just said. There was another question which says, does the death of Yahusha give people some special permission to blame the spirit for overriding Torah.
Yeah, that's Christianity. That's Christianity. The Messiah's life, death, and resurrection has nothing to do with us adding or taking away from what the Father commanded us to do, period. So if people do that, that's something they do of their own volition. I don't see anything that the Messiah himself said, period, or taught the Talmudim disciples that would allow for such a blaming of the Ruach. So the very promise of Messiah in his absence is Ruach HaEmet, the spirit of truth. So here is Yah going to come behind himself after saying X, Y, and Z. And now he's going to tell us with that X, Y, and Z, because of the death of my son, you can go ahead and supplant, replace that because of his death. I don't see it. To me, that's all human. I don't see it.
Okay, so the person who posed the question, Ak Yahuel, said, because we aren't under that covenant which would bring judgment. The words for forever, that mean forever. In Nasab and Ab, these are the words that identify perpetually.
What's the question? I don't understand. Maybe I'm tired. It's 12. It's 11:30 here. Maybe you see it, Moreh. I don't see a question. Which
That wasn't
covenant
a question.
are
That
we
was
not
a
under?
comment. That was a comment based off of one of his earlier points.
I mean, I see it because we are under the covenant, that covenant which would bring judgment. The words for forever, meaning forever, are in the side. I mean, I'm trying to follow. So Yahuel, can you give some clarity, my friend? Because I am missing what it is you're trying to say, or are you asking? This is what I know to keep me safe. I cannot even comment any further. If what we have gone through tonight does not make it clear about what can be done and cannot be done, my services are not needed any further. I said at the onset that I cannot answer every question to anybody's satisfaction. I will answer to the best of my current understanding ability. But back to this whole memorial meal. What I will say about that is go ahead, have a memorial meal. That's between you and the Father. But for anybody that wants to stand with what the Father said on the subject, point for point, you do exactly what the Father said. Anything outside of that, I can't, to me, it's a redundancy at this particular point. Because am I supposed to say the same thing a different way or offer something more that I didn't offer? Not to say I was asking that, but in my 32 years of knowing I'm an Israelite, I've heard this concept of a memorial meal. You know, we don't have a sacrificial this, that, and other, but we can have the meal as a memorial. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Because the meal connected to the Feast of Unleavened Bread has been commanded. As unleavened bread has been commanded for 7 days. Period. So if I eat unleavened bread during that time, and I try to explain that away, how do I eat unleavened bread in Ghana during what's called the Feast of Unleavened Bread when all this other criteria that y'all laid out has not been satisfied? How do I resolve that? Not to humans, but to the Father. See, that's where I draw the line. That's all I got.
I would say
I'm not assuming you're trying to be argumentative or anything of that nature. I'm trying to make sure I don't read more or less into a text. That's what I was saying. If I'm missing something, please help me. So, no, I'm not assuming that you're trying to be argumentative. I don't take any question as argumentative, but I will be honest about if I feel I've already answered something to the best of my ability, then the next step is what the person's got to do is seek the Father on that, because I am not the wellspring of knowledge and understanding. But what I am, and what we've offered tonight is, and as we've discussed, it's much, much more. But I tried to hit all the areas of what this is what Yah said. For me, everything after that is commentary that leads to problems and sin. I feel safe by standing on what I know he said, especially after what I did for 31 years. But that's me. I'm not assuming that anyone can have the understanding maybe I have or maybe Moreh have at this particular point. Everything we went over, pray, seek guidance. Again, we started hours ago. I said this was not an effort to castigate or reproach anybody, make anybody feel bad, but that's a human trait. That's a human thing. If you don't feel conviction after reading some of this and you still feel motivated to do what's right in your own eyes, I say have at it. Because that's not a permission that nobody needs to seek from Moreh NuriYahu. I'm flesh. And even if I am a Levite, I never operate or function in any sacrificial, ceremonial, ritual, formal worship capacity at all. Period. I have a fear of that long before I understood this thus and so last year. Were there any other questions?
There are none present in the chat. Before we wrap it up, I just want to give my perspective on this. Given just from this lesson alone, this presentation, and given the things that we did not discuss, which will come out at a later date. This has been 7 hours. We're getting closer to 8. I personally have come to the conclusion that we are not supposed to do this. With that said, there is no reason for me to take the text and try to memorialize anything that's there, for the reason of it's dangerous. It's if I don't do anything, given all of this information, if I don't do anything, I'm not in sin. But there's a chance that by my attempts to memorialize it could cause me to fall into sin. And especially after coming across this type of information, you're going to be held accountable even the more. So I just think for me, it's a little dangerous. And that's just me. And in fact, I mean, I apologize to anyone who has heard me teach on this in the past. And I encourage to do this. And now changing course this year, I don't think we were in order. I think we was operating outside of the parameters of the Father. And though it was through ignorance and zeal, my understanding has changed. And so me personally, I think the safe route for me and my house would be to refrain from these type of events, regardless of whether or not the priesthood is done away with. It's still tied to Torah and tied to that priesthood. And I just feel safe where I'm at now, not doing it.
Hallelujah. I agree 1,000,000,000%. That is exactly my sentiment, my perspective. I would prefer to err on the side of caution, but I don't see any ambiguity, Hebrew or English, with anything we read. So I'm convinced It cannot be done unless you are going to disobey, violate Torah.
Hallelujah. Well, I want to say this. We're now down to 12 viewers. Again, thank you for everyone who stuck it out this far. I do believe with the amount of research, the amount of effort, and the amount of time and dedication that showed, he could have, once he dropped off one of the several times, we could have been like, well, let's just reschedule it. But he didn't do that. So me personally, I want to put this out there. If you want to sow into the work that the Moreh NuriYahu has done in this presentation and his efforts as an elder and teacher of Israel, I want to provide at least that opportunity. As we know, it's not mandatory. But if you want to, I'm going to put his information on the screen if you so feel moved to do so. I think that it's appropriate, though it is not mandatory. We sow into those who are laboring, who, you know, a laborer is worth his wages. And in this case, he has done a great work, a great service. But again, no pressure. You are not, this isn't the church. You don't have to do it. And I won't beg anyone. And I don't have an eye on his account, so I don't know if you did or didn't. So it is completely up to you if you so choose to do so. But I'm grateful. I'm very grateful because it was that Daniel chapter 10 that he posed to me when I was in Ghana that sent me on my own to start investigating these things. So that one thing where I saw there was a possibility that I was wrong. And so I had a sense of urgency to investigate this matter. And this is the conclusion that I've come to. And I pray that anyone who heard this, who are still on the live, or who has dropped off, or who will view this in the future, have I become your enemy because I have told you the truth?
My.
So I pray that everyone will take this, you know, not saying you have to come to your conclusions today, but continue to investigate, pray on it, meditate on it, and seek the Father earnestly. But as for me and my house, we are no longer keeping these days. So if you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me on Facebook at Amir Writer. And you can reach out to me via email, the same name, amirwriter@gmail, or you can email torahculture@gmail.com. I sounded very country when I said that. torahculture@gmail.com. You can reach out to me there as well. So, son of Shemites, Lorvins, most definitely, I would love to come on the podcast and talk about this. And if Moreh NuriYahu is invited, I'm sure he would take you up on that opportunity as well. Either way, our schedules and time zones are different. If you want to get us on there separate, you want to get us on there individually, I think this is important. So I will definitely make myself available for that. Yes.
I would love to do it as well. I would love to do that because, again, you know, my time knowing I'm an Israelite, I've seen hundreds of dynamics connected to this. And when people attempt to grow, I've seen so much division so much just strife. I mean, just carnality as a result of a differing opinion. I mean, is it wrong to grow? Sometimes people are threatened by growth that people experience even in their midst. And sometimes when it's time to grow, sometimes it's time to go. And that's just how this Israelite world sometimes bottoms out. When the Father wants you to understand something beyond what your current reach is, He will separate you and bring you that understanding. So I would love, if I'm invited, to be a part of that. And if I could also make this announcement for anyone that is interested in a dedicated Torah class, like what you saw, but much more refined, Yah willing, not this coming Wednesday, but through Zoom, I am starting a paid Torah class where it will be $30 per class. You can pay as you go if you want, or you can pay for an entire month. If a month has 4 weeks, if a month has 5 weeks, but it will be dedicated. That will be inclusive of some basics of the Hebrew language to help us understand. We'll be starting right there, Bereshit chapter 1, verse 1, and we will be staying in Torah to deconstruct and compare what's written in Hebrew to what we might be doing from an operational vantage point. But I also submit that some of the stories that are in Hebrew and Bereshit, the way it's rendered in English, a lot of the cultural dynamics sometimes can be lost, and a lot of the meaning can equally be lost. Let me give you an example of something. It's not in Torah, but it's in Tanakh. Moreh, have you heard this line upon line upon line, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little? You've heard that before.
I have.
That is from Isaiah, Yeshayahu. I'm not going to say what chapter just yet, but when you read that in Hebrew, the prophet ain't talking about no chapter and verse. Go ahead and get 5 chapters and verses to prove something here, and that's not what he's saying. Would you believe me more if I told you that what he is saying is Yah has sent prophets over and over, rising up often and sending them to the north. And every time a prophet would say, this is what Yah said, the people would say, oh, here it comes. That line upon line and precept upon precept. You just keep bringing the law back and forth to us. That's what exactly it said in Hebrew. Versus what people try to make it seem like it's saying today. Yeah, hey, Moreh, turn to Exodus 15:13. Give me that precept. So a precept is a chapter and verse? No, precept, the Hebrew word is kukat. That is a legal rendering in Torah, where the person who is worthy of death, by the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, death is the sentence. That is a precept. That is an ordinance. That is a statute, not this cliche mess that we have, in my opinion, degenerated chapter and verse 2. So I'm one of those. I'm very, very meticulous about the text as best I can. And I make no excuse for that because it's too easy to become the slave of this brand new Bible version, like the Et Sefer. Yeah, in some areas it says things correctly, in others it does not. So rather than just jump on the bandwagon of the next new translation and pronunciation of the Father's name and the Messiah's name, I mean, what about some research, y'all? What about some objective, pointed, dedicated study? That's what I'm about. That's who I am. And I thank the Father for that state of mind to be able to do that. So if anybody is interested in a dedicated Torah class, reach out to me via Facebook Messenger. I'm on Facebook as well, under Moreh NuriYahu Ben Lewi, or L-E-W-Y, which is how you say Lewi in Hebrew. And we'll connect. If it's just one person interested, we'll have class for one person. Like I said, it's a pay-as-you-go thing. It's not like you got to buy a whole month for $100. No. because you might not like the way I do class, and that's okay. But it will be a dedicated hour and a half. Right now, I'm looking for a Wednesday, but again, I'm in Ghana, and from the East Coast, I'm 4 hours, and then you just do the math as you go backwards, Central, Mountain, and Pacific time. I want to thank everybody for having the patience to listen to all this, because it was a lot. It was quite a bit. I appreciate your respect, your civility. I say Toda Rabah. I want to thank Moreh for his humility, his respect, his due diligence, his desire to come before the people and try to set the record straight, because that's the objective. This is why James, or Yaakov, his proper name, says, "Brethren, let us not desire to be teachers, knowing that we will receive the greater condemnation." Yes, some of us are raised up by Yah to do that, but a lot of us are people and self-appointed, and it shows in our families and in our congregations. So I thank you all, and that's all I got to say, because it's almost 8 hours, and I'm going to fall out, Moreh. It is 11:51 a.m. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. I get it. I get it. Okay, well, we're going to wrap this up. It's almost been 8 hours. Was it LAX or LAX? I see your question now, but we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. I will address things like that on a future video very soon. That's actually very simply answered. I think Yahuel is probably answering that in the chat right now. Yeah, so that's a very simple one to answer. No, we actually didn't go over that. We were primarily stationed in Torah for the most part. We went to a couple of different places outside of it, but things like that I can personally address on a future video. We're going to go ahead and wrap this up. Thanks, Yahuel, for putting that in the chat. But we're going to wrap this up again. Thank you all so much. Peace and blessings, prosperity to your household. Prosperity to your household as your soul prospers.
Yes.
Right? May the Most High Yah be with you on your walk, on your investigations, and everything that you do with Him in mind, and for the edification of His people. Hallelujah.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Shalom.
Shalom.